Good morning. At this time, we will call the June 21st, 2024 meeting of the Wilson County Planning Commission into order. Anyone wishing to give testimony before this board today, if you would, please stand and raise your right hand. I hereby affirm the testimony I give today to be the whole truth, so help me God. Please say I do. Thank you. We do have an agenda format that we will be following today. And we want to be respectful of everyone's time, so we ask you to keep your comments brief, 3 minutes or less, and not repetitive in nature. We do want to give everyone here who wants to speak the opportunity to speak, but we want to be conscious of y'all's time. We've got a pretty good size agenda, and we're going to get through it the best we know how. So, Tom, the first item on the agenda today, we need to approve the minutes from the May 17th meeting. A motion from Mr. Ash, a second by Mr. Thompson to approve. All those in favor vote aye. Aye. Those opposed? Thank you. The first item on the agenda is an amendment to the Wilson County zoning ordinance. I'm going to make a motion to defer it to the end of the meeting. Do we have a second? Second. Motion and a second to defer to the end of the meeting. All those in favor vote aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved. Tom, we will start with new business now.
Mr. Chairman, we have a revised master plan request. The applicant, Jack Camerata, for Paul and Elizabeth Clark, is proposing to amend the uses allowed for C3 PUD that was originally approved in 2009 for brake part manufacturing and assembly. The applicant is seeking to add motor vehicle repair, office, and manufacturing incidental to retail to this PUD. The property contains 9.13 acres and is referenced as property map 137, parcel 15.02. Staff sees little adverse effect in granting this request if the Planning Commission chooses to do so, as the surrounding areas have similar uses with office, manufacturing, and retail. Staff would like to note that none of the requested uses would allow a salvage yard or storage yard of any unserviceable vehicles to be on site for spare parts. Some auto repair facilities tend to drift toward this being a part of the business model, but that would not be permitted in this master plan request. The current site does not meet all commercial requirements that would be required if this were a new proposal. Should the County Planning Commission or the County Commission ultimately decide to approve this request for a master plan amendment, a site plan will be required at the time the property is proposed for expansion of development under commercial zoning and all commercial requirements, including permitting, paving, landscaping, building material, and public sewer provisions that would apply to the property unless variance was granted by the Board of Zoning Appeals for any of the specifically listed site plans and commercial requirements. Finally, staff has made copies of the request available to emergency services and has been given no feedback regarding the master plan amendment. Staff will note that the proposed amended master plan falls within the limits of the Glayville-Wema Station's 5-mile ISO response zone for emergency and fire service. The County Stormwater Department has requested that the applicant, Planning Commission, and other interested parties be put on notice and that the presence of sinkholes, caves, wetlands, streams, and land areas that are extremely flat, marshy, or steep may affect further development of this tract of land. As an additional point of information, this request does not appear to be in close or immediate proximity to a Century Farm based on the information that we have in the Wilson County Planning Department. With the above being stated, the applicant going on record stating that his property will not be salvage yard or storage yard, staff can generally recommend approval of this request, being that it's for an existing commercial land use direction that is now reflected on the land use plan as amended in 2021.
We have anyone here wishing to speak on this case today? Please come forward and state your name, sir.
My name is David Lipford. I'm representing Mr. Camerata in this affair. It's his real estate agent.
Okay. What do you want to share with us today, sir?
We're really just here to answer any questions. Obviously, we're not changing anything except for the use of the property, going from brake assembly to engine assembly, not changing anything with the property. So.
And you do understand if this is approved, you will have to meet the existing commercial standards?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have anyone else here today wishing to speak on this case? Seeing none, I will ask for questions from the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
the fire services hasn't responded. Have they made a note to that and talked with Tom regarding fire access, trucks, et cetera, for their new facility and new buildings? as they add? That's
That
the
would,
question.
it's an existing building.
It's an existing,
Not expanding or building.
The building's not expanding, just.
Make that clear.
no, sir, not at this time. This was initially a Board of Zoning Appeals use on appeal that was ultimately rezoned to fit the use that was allowed on the property for a number of years for brake assembly and shipping out by UPS truck twice a week. It has the unique quality of being one of the few zoning approved requests to actually have direct access for commercial use on McCreary Road per our land use plan at present. But it was already zoned C3 PUD. They are simply seeking to amend the master plan that allowed brake assembly to also include the additional uses they've listed.
Well, this is the one that was late filed last month.
Yes, sir. Well, it wasn't late filed. They asked to be added to the agenda, and being that it's somewhat akin to a rezoning or an amendment to their zoning document, I don't think you felt comfortable doing that without proper advertisement and public comment. Yes, sir.
Any other questions from our board? I'll call for a motion.
Second.
We have a motion from Mr. Thompson to approve, second by Ms. Weathers. All those in favor vote
well-
aye. Aye. Those opposed? I'm sorry, Tom?
I did not catch if you asked if there were anybody else here interested in this particular case.
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. I think I did. We have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor vote aye. Aye. And those opposed? That motion will carry. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda will be in two parts. We will start with the land use plan amendment comments, followed by the rezoning request comments for the proposed Hillwood rezoning development application at Bluebird Road and Linwood Road area, and Bell Road and Rooten Road and Bobo Road. The applicant, Joe Haddix, representing Hillwood Development, is seeking to rezone property from A1 agricultural zoning to C4 planned commercial zoning and A1 zoning with a planned unit development overlay. The property is currently owned by NWC Investments and is referenced as Wilson County Property Map 89, Parcel 4, and Property Map 89, Parcels 14 and 16. The property contains approximately 1,381.98 acres. The Wilson County Land Use Plan has provided direction since 2006 to allow up to high-intensity residential development within the higher-density residential growth area designated and land use designation and a commercial center at or near the northwest corner of these land holdings, generally in the vicinity of Area B as shown on the applicant's submitted master plan for rezoning by the developer. Additionally, the land use plan was modified in 2021 to include other areas that may have been zoned outside of land use plan recommendations during the interim between 2006 and 2021. Thus, it also indicates a bit of additional commercial land use direction further to the north and west across I-40 to rezonings that have occurred, in relation to rezonings that have occurred in that area in the interim. It should be noted that significant public input was received and documented in the public input during the development of the 2006 land use plan regarding a desire by property owners and residents of the area not to see higher intensity trucking and warehousing and other high traffic uses occurring on smaller two-lane roads until infrastructure was in place to support such use. There was a desire expressed for not desiring necessary infrastructure improvements for additional growth out of a desire to protect the community's longstanding agricultural heritage. At that time, the public input provided largely centered around maintaining this agricultural character in this area and choosing residential development over commercial development at the Linwood Road interchange once infrastructure could be arranged. At the time of development of the 2006 land use plan, there was a rezoning in process on this specific property that ultimately resulted in the property being designated for a commercial center at the interchange with I-40 that would be surrounded by a corridor of higher density residential development and then kind of diluting out into a planned lower density residential portion of the development as the property trailed back into the surrounding rural fabric south of Bluebird Road. This type of input was what ultimately drove the mapped and conceptual recommendations adopted in the 2006 County Land Use Plan for this portion of the property. Business and economic interests were also given opportunity for input, and the primary thing mentioned by such interest in a general sense was some flexibility to consider specific proposals that might otherwise experience difficulty in the face of an adopted land use plan. As such, we as a planning staff use the document to direct our initial recommendation to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission listens to our recommendations in relation to the land use plan and can vary from it if they wish. As the primary body that adopted the plan, they have that right. But they should only do so with specific and sound reasoning. The County Commission must consider the recommendation of the Planning Commission in relation to any land use plan amendment or rezoning, and can use the land use plan as a guide. The County Commission as a legislative body is not absolutely required to follow either the recommendation of the Planning Commission or that found in the land use plan. That stated, it's generally advisable for the legislative body to take such recommendations seriously when considering rezonings and other land use changes and try to follow them without specific and extenuating reason for variance from the direction or guidance given by the plan and the Planning Commission. With the above stated, the land use plan has been a largely successful document in its level of relative simplicity and in its resultant ability to guide development and the development process in Wilson County with orderly development that has benefited Wilson County's offering of convenient lifestyles and economic growth without the need for overly aggressive taxation. Staff does not take amendment of the plan lightly, particularly considering we're in the middle of an ongoing effort to update the overall land use plan for the county as a whole at present. At the same time, no document is perfect. There are certainly some aspects of the plan that have experienced wide variation between initial intent and what ultimately has been developed, thus the 2021 amendment to adopt in zoning, existing zoning that may have varied from the 2006 land use plan. While all plans should be viewed as living documents and pliable for modification from time to time, staff also feels that such modifications should reconsider the initial questions and input that was received initially for the area. It would be preferable for the plan to be amended either in whole or at least in a reconsideration of a larger geographic area like those laid out as gateway areas in the 2006 land use plan. It would be preferable for any rezoning request to have a specific end user and perhaps come up with a specific master plan arrangement as offered by the county's planned unit development regulations. The ultimate decision of whether to approve this land use amendment is the Planning Commission's. Staff offers the above comments for your consideration as you deliberate on this request. And I should correct that by saying it's ultimately the decision of the Planning Commission and subsequently the County Commission.
All right, thank you, sir. Who's here to represent this case today, sir? Mr. Haddix?
Good morning. Joe Haddix, CSDG. Thank you for your time this morning. My sentiment is that at this time, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Scott Koblenz, who's a representative of the current ownership group of the property, and he has a statement for y'all this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you all for hearing from stakeholders on all sides of this issue. My name is Scott Koblenz. I represent SSP Southeast Land Management. We're the property manager for the NWC Investments entity, and the owners there, asked me to come and provide a little bit of perspective on who they are and what they've done with the property, and so just wanted to do that very briefly. The property is owned by over 200 individuals. It's important to note it's not a big Wall Street fund. It's not a bunch of fat cats. These are pretty normal people who invested for children's education, for their own retirement, et cetera. Some have just a couple $1,000s invested in the property. And several are from the greater Nashville area and Tennessee as well. But these folks have purchased the property in 2009. They've held it for 15 years now. And their directive to us as the property manager has been to find a group that can take it forward in development in one form or another. And I think, looking back to 2009, the group, I think, purchased the property knowing that it had had a rezoning and looking at the future land use plan and understanding that the county had some hopes for development of some kind out here. We have anecdotally heard over the years that residential was maybe not, or high-intensity residential wasn't the most desired use. Talked to several builders that have looked at large-scale development out here and just haven't, they haven't moved forward for one reason or another. But that brings us to Hillwood, who the owners are under contract with today. We were excited when they showed up. My firm's in the real estate business and knows Hillwood by reputation. They are a first-class group with a lot of integrity that does what they say they're going to do. I can tell you, one of the things that we see them do time and time again is sort of go an extra step, an extra mile to make sure that their projects are something that their communities can, benefit from in some way or be proud of. And so, we were excited when they came on board. And, the feedback again at the time was high-intensity residential has its own issues, but ultimately our owners want to, move forward and harvest this and start retirements or paying for college, et cetera. So thank you very much for your time. I just wanted to provide our perspective as the ownership rep.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Paul Ranke with Hillwood, 6410 Poplar Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee. Go ahead and tee up our slides if you would, ma'am. Thank you so much. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, thank you all for your time today. Appreciate you being willing to listen to us. We're going to try and be as brief as possible here. I've got a few other associates of mine that have some things they'd like to share with you, and I know we're all trying to get about our day as quickly as we can here. Some of you probably getting to Omaha tomorrow would be my guess. So let's start with that Hillwood is we are extremely proud and excited about this project and what we're going to share with you today. It's a culmination of countless conversations and meetings with this community, with local boards like WEMA, the Road Commission, the Water Authority, and many, many others. Those conversations have helped shape these plans, and what you'll see today and what you'll hear today is a result of listening to those conversations and reacting to those conversations, and really a lot of good compromise on our part, as you'll see. In your packet, you should have a cover letter that summarizes our commitments. Those commitments, I would encourage you to just keep that cover letter handy if you have it. Hopefully you have it. Use that cover letter as a reference as we go here today. It summarizes our commitments. I'll point out three in particular that I want to really burn in your mind here. The first is that we are committing to protect and preserve 352 acres of this land. This land is just shy of 1,400 acres. We're preserving and protecting 352 acres of that through a combination of conservation easements as well as the zoning, which we'll talk about here in a moment, that is staying A1. The second is our commitment to extending water to this area. There are nearly 7 miles of roads out in this area currently that do not have public water between Bluebird, Linwood, and Bobo. Our commitment is to complete that loop. We only need to do about 3 miles of that for our project. We're committing to 7. The third point I'll leave you with there is the response that we heard from the community about missing a place to get gas, right? A convenience store, a fueling station in this area. I believe there was one on the north side of the interstate. I think it was a BP that went down during a tornado a few years ago. And we've had community members come tell us, Paul, we really would really appreciate having somewhere to get gas locally and not have to drive into Lebanon to get that. So we partnered with a local reputable developer to solve that piece of the puzzle, and he's here to speak to you today about that. Before we get into all the details, and there's a lot to cover here, so again, I'm trying to be as brief as possible. I want to tell you just a minute or two about who Hillwood is, and then we'll get into the details. Next slide, please. So Hillwood, real briefly, Founded by Ross Perot Jr. back in the 80s, the son of Senior, who ran for president in the 90s, everybody's familiar with. Just really what I want you to leave with here on this slide is that we are a family, privately owned company, right? We are not some publicly traded company that reports to shareholders. We are beholden to ourselves and meeting our financial commitments there. So just wanted to leave you with that. Next slide, please. I'm not going to read everything on this slide, but if there are two things that I really want to leave you with about who Hillwood is, the first is we pride ourselves on working with the communities in which we develop. We spend a lot of time doing that. In fact, there's plenty of people in this room today behind me that we know. We've walked their properties. We've gotten to know them on a personal level. And the plans that we are going to put in front of you today, again, are shaped by those conversations. The last thing I'll leave you with on who Hillwood is that we are people of integrity, like Mr. Koblenz said. Ross's credibility, our leadership team's credibility, our credibility are tied to every single project that we do. Right? So we are people of our word. We do what we say we're going to do. Next slide, please. So diving into the details a little bit, I'm going to stop on this plan for a moment. So this is our land use plan that Mr. Brashear brought up a moment ago. The left-hand side is the current land use map, right, that Mr. Brashear mentioned. Yes, actually, thank you, Tom. Read my mind. The plan on the left is the current land use plan that Tom mentioned, right? A combination of high-density residential and commercial. What we're proposing is on the right-hand side there of commercial growth area as well as agricultural, right? So the agricultural piece is a new element to this revision to the current land use plan. Tom referenced the current land use plan earlier and the gateway nodes, right? That's a big point of that current land use plan. It talks about gateways, in particular along interstates and highways. The very first one listed in that plan is this interchange at Linwood, right? And that plan goes on to mention this interchange as having, quote, given this area the economic advantage of being a stopping point for interstate travelers, right? And it speaks to the commercial zoning of this area by saying the commercial development should be focused closely along the interstate interchange area, preferably to the south of I-40, end quote. So you've already heard from Mr. Koblenz, the current land use plan indicates that growth in this area is welcomed, specifically on the south side of this exit. So the vision then, right, was for high-density residential growth, and our proposal keeps the commercial aspect of that vision, but swaps out the high-density residential for a lower-density commercial use, while also protecting and preserving 352 acres of this lot for agricultural purposes. Next slide, please. This is our rezoning map change, right? Again, on the left is the current zoning. On the right is what we're proposing. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because we covered this already, but the pink C4 is the C4 area. The two A1s on the left and the right there are the 352 combined total acres of agricultural zoning that we're proposing. Next slide, please. All right, so this slide, there's a lot of meat on this bone here. So I'm going to try and talk through this as succinctly and quickly as possible. We'll start with Area A. Area A is our core product. This is where we're going to focus what we do best, which is best in class in our industry, right? And you can see strategically we have positioned that in the middle portion of the property, right? Bounded by Area D to the right, to the east, areas B and C to the west. So our core product is distribution centers, fulfillment centers, logistics companies, and the like. A few things I want to leave you with on Area A. First, we're limiting the area under roof to 35%, which is dramatically lower than the C4 zoning designation of 50%. So 35% under roof versus 50% allowed by C4 zoning. right, which translates to more open airspace. Secondly, Area A has its own internal road network, and we're going to talk about that here a little bit more in detail later. All traffic goes straight up to Bluebird Road and immediately off onto the interstate. We're not sending traffic to any other roads on Bell Road, Roughton Road, no truck traffic on Bobo Road. Lastly, Area A, that's 960 acres, y'all. That's a lot of land, right? We build one building, two buildings at a time, right? That leaves hundreds of acres of Area A undeveloped for a period of time. What we do in these cases all the time is we'll partner with a local farmer to put that land to use, right? They can plant crops on that until it's time for us to move to the next building and so on and so forth. And that partnership has worked out very well for us throughout all the years, right? The farmers reap all the benefits of that. And our plan is to do the same here. Area B, I'm going to skip that for a moment. We'll come back to that. So let's go to areas C and D. Area C and D, I'll say we're the most proud of these two areas, right? Again, these two are the results of a lot of conversations with locals to really put this vision together and show this mix of uses, a mix of uses that, quite frankly, we could have taken the easy button here, right, and just said, let's rezone this whole thing to C4. But that wouldn't have been respectful or responsive of us listening to the community, right? So areas C and D, again, are a combination of 352 acres, and this is a result, again, of protecting and preserving as much land as we possibly can. Area C, well, I'll say Area C and D, I'll say, combined touch 50% of the adjoining landowners, 50%. Area C, more specifically, is 87 acres. And this, as you saw on the zoning map, is solely for agricultural purposes. No warehouses in Area C. Area C, at a minimum, would be farmed, but the greater and larger vision of that is to partner with state and local agricultural groups like the FFA, UT Ag, to put that land to use. In fact, we have plenty of conversations with all of those groups, including the 4-H currently. In fact, I would like to hand out letters that we just have received from the FFA and UT Ag, if I can do that now. Tom, is that okay? Bear with me one moment.
Thank you.
Mayor? Sir? Sir, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Sir, thank you. I'm glad I brought enough copies. All right. So those letters, again, the first I want to draw to your attention is from Chelsea Rose, Executive Director of Tennessee FFA, and I'm not going to read that letter verbatim. You have a copy of it, but I will point out a couple of sentences there. She says in that letter, our staff is studying whether the FFA Foundation may help train future farmers by allowing agricultural education students to use this property to grow and harvest crops, raise livestock, learn niche agricultural skills, and more. She goes on to say, a local partnership that focuses on students in Wilson County would be ideal, right? This is their vision. Wilson County has one of the richest agricultural legacies in the state, with respected farm families who work daily to carry on successful farm operations. Again, we're reaching out to these folks and asking them to cast their vision for Area C. Switching to Dr. Charlie Deal, Vice Chancellor of UT Institute of Agriculture. He says, we are excited about the possibilities that present themselves to us and how we can potentially use this land to further our research and outreach efforts. I'll just share that with you so you understand these are not false words. We're putting this into action. Area D is 265 acres to the east of the property. There's a hillside over there that everybody's well aware of. In fact, I think some of the locals here have given me a history lesson and let me know that our troops during World War II practiced maneuvers out on this land, and Patton might have once stood on that hillside. But regardless, our plan there is to put that into a permanent conservation easement. 265 acres, permanent conservation easement. All right, thereby preserving that as it is today and restricting access through there. Area B is, it's the last area I'll talk on, then I'll promise I'll be quiet. Area B is an area that we identified to support the community needs. I touched on that earlier about the fueling and convenience store. We heard this from many, many neighbors. Area B is 71 acres. When we heard that there was a need for the fueling station there, we realized, look, commercial retail is not what we do. That's not our core business, right? So far be it from us to try and figure that out or cast that vision for it. You know, it's like asking Paula Deen to cook without butter. It's not going to work, right? So we said, let's find that local developer that specializes in this. So we've partnered with a local reputable developer who I'd like to bring up now, Mr. Hal Bone, owner of Bone & Associates.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Hal Bone, local builder, real estate developer. I've lived in Wilson County my entire life. I attended Tucker's Crossroads Elementary School, graduated from Lebanon High School and Cumberland University. Lebanon is my home. As a builder and developer, I literally have looked at hundreds of developments through the years. So when I was initially contacted by Hillwood, it was easy for me to see and recognize the amount of time and effort that they have put into this project. A few items that stood out were the mixed uses, the permanent areas of conservation, the size of the buffer zones, and the off-site waterline extensions. One of my current projects that I think most of you will be familiar with is 204 East Main Street. It's just a block from here at the corner of College and East Main. I point this project out because I'm proud of the design and the workmanship. I certainly could have built something less, but this is my hometown and I want to build something that the community will be proud of as well. If I'm given the opportunity, you'll see the same level of design and construction at the Linwood exit. The question has been asked, what financially is in it for me? And I started thinking, I've not even been bought a cup of coffee by Hillwood or given Hillwood ink pen. I have received zero. My financial opportunity will be what I make of it, just like every other project. Hillwood has asked me to construct a convenience store gas station. This is something I think can be done as soon as infrastructure is put into place. This is something that I have done before. You have two examples which are in your packet. Can we flip over?
We don't have that packet, Tom. I don't think anybody, I certainly do not.
Okay.
It's slides, I believe.
Okay, yes, there's a slide on the board. The first project is a two-story gas station. Again, a design that I'm not currently aware that we have in Wilson County. It will have retail on either side and office spaces above. If you'll go to the next slide. The second project is one that I just completed back in the fall. It's located in front of Jackson Hills on Golden Bear Parkway. Do I think Hillwood will call in the next 5 years and ask me to do more? Do I think a neighbor will call in 5 to 10 years and ask for my help? I absolutely do. I'm confident that I can deliver a product that the entire community will be proud of. I think we are blessed to live in Wilson County. The growth is coming. As we all have probably heard, Lebanon is the 12th fastest growing city in the nation. It's everyone's responsibility to help shape what our future looks like. I believe you have a well-vetted project with many merits in front of you, and I respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Hal. I'm Scott Campbell with Hillwood. I want to transition to our commitments related to road access. These came out of conversations with the community and the Road Commission. One of the great benefits of this site is its proximity to the interstate exit being here. We are less than a mile to our primary entrance point of the site from the Linwood Road exit, and that promotes quick access into and out of the site. It limits the interaction with local traffic, and the only other future business park entrance would actually be closer to the interstate. It's really hard to see on here, but it actually comes over the creek into Area B and onto Bluebird Road as well. So both access points, less than 1 mile from the interstate exit, both on Bluebird Road to alleviate any confusion for those coming to the project. The other thing I want to point out, again, as Paul touched on earlier, with a master plan development, what we're able to do here is not stack traffic on existing public roads. We are building an entire road network within this business park as we continue to develop. And so all traffic that's coming into the site will be on these internal roads. There's no need to stack traffic on an existing public road. That's really important to us because, again, we're good neighbors if we're keeping our traffic off of those roads that they're using today. Another step we're taking to limit interaction with the local traffic is committing to deed restrict access to some of those other roadways that this site touches. It touches a lot. A lot of previous developments have shown access points on these other roadways, putting them on Bobo Road, Bell Road, Rutan Road. We're limiting the access through a deed restriction. This means we will not have the ability to do that. So we are also committing, I'm going to have to give you a hypothetical here, but through conversations with the Road Commission, we have committed to road improvements based on at least one future building beyond each site plan application. So I'm going to give you a hypothetical. What that means, let's say we move forward with development and building A and building B would be in that site plan application for approval. We would complete a traffic study that includes A, B, and the future building C. The intent of that is to ensure at no time have we reached our level of service on any of those roads. So every time we come for a site plan application, we're going to include one future building to ensure that traffic flows freely and we can get those vehicles into our park and onto the interstate in a timely manner. Next slide. Buffers. All right. So similar to how we were talking about limiting the interaction with local traffic, we're further insulating and isolating Area A, our primary development area, through existing natural features and self-imposed buffers. Looking at this slide, you can see we're using a combination of the site's natural features by situating Area A between Dry Fork Creek, which runs here, and the 265-acre permanently protected area to the east. And then to the west, we are buffering it with Jennings Fork Creek running north-south and our 87-acre agricultural area. Worth noting, the 87-acre agricultural area and the 265-acre permanently protected area do border 50% of the adjoining property owners. So by including those buffers, we're keeping a huge boundary between us and the existing residents, the existing community. Additional buffers include an existing 400-foot wide TVA easement that runs north-south here through the development. The closest resident to our property is actually on the east side of that easement. What that easement is doing is providing a buffer between us and them that's multiple football fields away before you can even get to the west side of that easement. A 200-foot no development buffer on the south side of Area B. This really arose because we have a neighboring property owner right there that already has 2 buffers separating our site. We do have future commercial that may go in there, and we felt it was most responsible to go ahead and put it on paper and deed restrict that there will be a 200-foot zone there where there is no development that it can occur. Even though these buffers will keep us multiple football fields away from all of the current homes that are around our property, we're also committing to double the C4 required setback of 50 feet to a 100-foot building setback. This includes a 40-foot landscape buffer that is the entire property boundary for this project. So, next slide, please. All right. The last thing I want you to leave you with, and I think one of the most important, if not the most important thing, is the topic of water. I think it probably would surprise some people in the audience today to know there are Wilson County residents in 2024 that do not have access to public water. You can look at the water availability map for Wilson County. There's a gaping hole in this hyper-local area here. These residents do not have access to public water. Not long after the community meeting we hosted earlier this year, several neighbors shared their support with us for various reasons, but this water really stood out as a good thing for us to provide. They shared that with us. We started having conversations with the Water Authority and realized there is a significant portion of people out here that are reliant on wells and springs, a lot of those that are inundated with sulfur. After some preliminary analysis with the Water Authority, they determined the water line extensions required for our development would be Linwood Road, running north-south here, and this western portion of Bluebird Road. Those 2 extensions total 3 miles of water line extensions and do provide access to public water for several nearby residents. But it is an additional way to help the community. If this project is allowed to go through, we will not only commit to running those 2 lines along Linwood and the western portion of Bluebird, but we will also run 4 additional miles of public water lines along Bobo Road and the eastern section of Bluebird going all the way down to Bell Road where there's existing water service today. This is over 7 miles of water line extensions total. Again, 3 is required. We're proposing to provide an additional 4 solely to the benefit of the community and our neighbors. That's touching 50 properties that do not have water today. And I think you will hear from some of those property owners about how much of a struggle that is. And they need service to their site. Chris Luber with the Water Authority is here. He would be happy to speak on the nuts and bolts of this if you'd like. I do want to note that through discussions with the Water Authority, they have confirmed that they have no long-range plans or short-term plans to provide access to public water in this area. At this time, I would like our economic impact consultant, Lana Suit, with the Younger firm, to come to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Morning.
Hi. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Lana Suit, and I am with Younger Associates. We are a market research firm. We have offices in Memphis and Jackson, Tennessee. Just wanted to tell you just a brief history of Younger Associates, just so that you'll know our background. We have been in business for 34 years, and we offer consulting in economic development. We often work for cities, counties, chambers of commerce, but we also work with the developers as well. And in this case, of course, we are working with the Hillwood Group, who came to us and said, you know, we would like to see the economic impact of this project. So this was not anything that we haven't done before. In fact, recently we've completed projects. We just completed a study for the Chattanooga baseball stadium that they're building. We work with the developers in Buc-ee's, who's just locating just outside of Memphis, Tennessee. We worked with the project in Gallatin, the data center, So this is the type of work that we do. We usually build a model that's based on the local economy so that the numbers that we give you are localized for Wilson County. So I just felt like I needed to give you that background to let you know. We do not work, this is actually the first project we've ever had with the Hillwood Group. So it's not like we follow them around and do their impact analyses for each project that they take on. So we do a lot of work across the United States. So in developing the model to look at the economic impact for this project, we wanted to look at not just 1 year, but we wanted to look at a period of time. So we selected 15 years because even though the build-out may come sooner than that, we knew that we were going to ramp up that project. And so we looked at a 15-year period, and the impact is pretty impressive. Over the course of 15 years, and this is ramping up the activity, adding the construction and the buildings, I think it was over a 7 or 8 year period. So this 15-year number that I'm going to give you, it's large, it's overwhelming. When you see a number like that, the first thing you think is, oh, that just can't be right. But, you know, our model is built very conservatively. And I will say that the Hillwood Group always came to us and said, you know, we want to make sure this is conservative. We want to provide reliable data. Thank you, Mayor. So the first thing that we look at normally is when we look at the impact, there are some key measures. One of them is the jobs created. So based on the development in this particular project, we project that there's going to be about 6,400 jobs. Now, that's direct jobs and indirect jobs. So that would be the people who actually work on site and those other jobs that are supported in the local economy because of the operation of this development. And then those jobs would be paying probably in the range of, if you'll notice here, I told you it was a big number, it's $3.1 billion over the 15-year period. So that's a significant amount of wages to be paid into the Wilson County economy, and that's going to generate about $138 million in taxes. That's sales tax, property tax, and all other taxes that would be generated. And if you look at the total economic impact over the 15-year period, it's $19.6 billion. And you may ask, well, what does that mean? And basically, that just means the amount of money that turns over in the Wilson County economy because of the activity associated with this development. So it is a pretty significant investment and a significant payback to Wilson County. Next slide, please. Now, this may bring it home to you a little better because those other numbers are so large and they are for a 15-year period. So let's see what that means to money that basically would come into Wilson County. This is direct money that you can track. The first thing we wanted to look at is what is that property generating now in personal property, in property tax. And that really is a very small number just because of the way it's zoned. So it's about $27,000 annually that goes to Wilson County for the property tax. Now, annually, when this is fully built out, this is going to be a major increase in the property tax that the county will receive. You'll note it goes to $3 million annually. So with your tax structure, we tried to break that out. What does that look like to our local county? What does that look like to the county commission when they are dividing up that money? And that gives about $1.4 million to the schools, another $1 million to the general fund, and then there's some other things, debt service, highway, and then solid waste and sanitation. So these would be new dollars that are realized by the Wilson County economy because of just the property tax annually from this development. So you can see there it is a very significant increase in funds that would be available to Wilson County. So I just wanted to share those numbers. The report is very long. It's several, I don't know, maybe not 100 pages, but it's a pretty long report. Don't want to get really deep into the weeds. Just really wanted to share with you the key points, the jobs, the wages, but more specifically, the property tax that will be generated because of this project. Another thing that I would like to say, and this is really on a personal note, we work with developers all across the United States, and I will say it's been so refreshing to work with the Hillwood Group because they are very conscientious. They want it to be nice. They want it to go into the community and be a very good corporate partner. So I wouldn't normally say that. Math is math. If the Planning Commission or any other group had said do the same study, the numbers would have turned out the very same. It was just refreshing for me personally to work with a developer who cared so much about the community that they were going into.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lana. In closing, I want to let you know this is a very special and important project to Hillwood. The businesses that will be attracted to Area A are certainly part of the reason, but just as important are the merits of this project that you heard here today. Only by having conversations and meetings with the community were we able to discover the need for 7 miles of public water lines serving 50 properties, the need for a convenience fueling store delivered by a local reputable developer, and to permanently protect land and provide agricultural education opportunities to honor the heritage of Wilson County. I want to reiterate on the water lines, a recommendation of approval here unlocks access to public water to 50 properties that do not currently have access to public water. This concludes our presentation. All of our engineers and consultants are here with us today. We will be happy to answer any questions you have. I really appreciate your time and respectfully ask for your recommendation of approval on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have anyone else here today wishing to speak on this case? Please.
Hi, my name's Michael Swope. I'm with No Industrial Park. First of all, I'd like to give you guys these petitions. If I could give this, have this entered into the public record. It's just shy of 600 people who have signed a petition saying they do not want this. So,
You want to pass that around? Thank you.
for those of you that know me, you know that I haven't been here very long. So I'm new to the area. And I know that doesn't carry much weight. But what I'd like to proffer you is this. While a lot of you can look to the past and the future, we're looking to the future. So we want to save this farmland. We came here because of the community that you have all built, because of the history that you've protected and preserved. I'd like to go ahead and address some of the points that he made first. First of all, though, I'd like to give everybody just an idea of the size and scale of this project. So I called the planning department the other day and I said, hey, in the last year and a half, like let's just say since the start of January 2023, what's the total square footage of new builds for C4? Well, I got that number, and it comes out to 1,817,000 square feet. And their proposal now is for 10,350,000 square feet. So across the entire county, all of the building that has happened under a C4 designation, this is more than 5.5 times as much building. The amount of building here is wild. I want to touch on the economic impact. We were talking about how much money this project's going to make. I did the math real quick. I like doing math. And that comes out to $15.65 an hour per employee. So I just ask you, y'all, can you afford rent on $15.65 an hour, or how about food? So are we subsidizing with Section 8? Are we subsidizing with food stamps? Where's the money coming from to pay for it? Maybe it'll come through the taxes. Maybe we'll get enough to pay for it. I'd like to address the road situation. We talk about the bottleneck that's going to happen at Bluebird Road. We all know that it's, I believe the county's language for it is a main collector on Linwood and Big Springs. Who among us doesn't think we're going to have trucks run down those roads? Those roads either need to be widened or we need to just scrap this. And down Bluebird and down Tucker's Cross Road. Let's see. One other point worth noting, I kind of looked at my little hunting app map, and I was looking to see how far off the freeway, the interstate, or the highway these industrial parks go. And when we look down at Gladeville, nothing is as far off of the interstate as this project is going to be. This is more than 2 miles off the freeway. Sorry, I used the word freeway. I know that typecasts me as a West Coaster. I'm sorry. Let's see, the commitment to extend water. So we've got 110 acres of farmland that back right up to this. We don't want water. They sent us a letter. They said that there's the possibility that they're going to give us water. I don't want it. I don't want their water. I don't want city water. Another point worth making is that the county, based on the size of the buildings that we've got here, they've got 8,280 parking spots. That's going to be what's required unless they can get a variance to put less in. They themselves said they're going to have a little over 6,000 employees, so somewhere in that neighborhood. Where are those people going to live? Have we thought about the plan? Have we planned appropriately for where those people are going to live and what we're going to do to help those low-income employees that they're going to be bringing into our county? And then they said that they set aside 342 acres, or 352 acres, of land, and they're going to use it for the FFA. Now, if we look at C2, that's the area that's to the west of Bobo there. I'm just wondering, can I run a two-bottom plow through that? Oh, I can't, because it's going to have the septic system in it. So that's not. It's disingenuous to say that that's being set aside for farm use. They need that for their agricultural use. And then Area D, I mean, anybody that's walked that land knows you can't run goats on that land. They're setting that land aside because they'd have to blast it down, and with the adjacent properties there, they'd have these steep cliffs. It's of no use. It's better to just use the natural terrain to bring it down to an appropriate grade. And so with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. I'm here to represent my family only and not my employer. I do need to state that. It's just myself and my immediate family.
Would state your name for
I'm Delane Davenport, Delane Grandstaff Davenport, and I lived out at Tucker's Crossroads most of my life, but I don't live there now because I have no water. I was born and raised in Wilson County, and my family has the farm on Linwood Road exit. My grandfather was Edwin Grandstaff, who many of you know. And then he was born and raised in the house that's up on the hill, the blue house. He is William Haskell Niels. He was his grandson. And then my father was Joe Grandstaff, who was a rural mail carrier in this area for a long time. He passed away in 2012 on his mail route, and many of you know him as well. And then I have a long history of being an active, lifelong member and resident of Wilson County, and I've raised my children here. My grandfather managed this land that is the largest parcel currently up for sale and known as the Bobo Place. He managed this property for almost 30 years. As a kid, we raised tobacco, beef cattle, and used the land for hay. The property is currently being used for beef cattle and hay, and it's rented by the Neals. My grandfather helped to organize the original purchase of all the Bobo parcels. There was a gentleman named Danny Weiskopf that came out of New York, and that's who he organized with. And he would go around and purchase the farm. So that's what the 1,269 acres he helped to create and get all that together. The front of the place, it goes from the Bobo Place all the way to the ranch. And he did this so the land and the neighboring properties could get water. He never had water. My grandfather and my father both had a dream of one day having water on their land. And they knew that the only hope of that was for that acreage to be developed and to bring water. I have a lot of fond memories of working on that land as a kid and a teenager and even as an adult. My father's farm was next door to it on the Bobo Road, and I sold it to the Neals. And then I've lived most of my life out there without water. I had no water. It's a nice area, but when you have no water, I don't think people understand the woes of what you have to go through. Many of you on the other side of the interstate and in certain places that go down Linwood and Bluebird, you have water. But let me tell you what it's like to not be able to flush a toilet or even wash your hands. It's a chore. You have to haul water in. To shower, we had to rely on the charity of friends and family many times. We went to the laundromat to do our laundry. We caught rainwater in cisterns, and we had a well, and sometimes we would even bathe in the creek when we ran out of water in the summer. It's not a way for anybody to live. The Water and Wastewater Authority of Wilson County is not going to bring water to the area. The area is not populated enough for them. The water line currently, I said Linwood and Bluebird, and then the only ones that I have seen in my lifetime to get this close to having water out there is Hillwood. And I have to tell you that this is the only time that I've seen that in my whole life. And so to bring water at no expense to the taxpayer is a huge benefit to us. I do have 2 different parcels of land that would get the potential for water. And I'm not sure what I'll do at this point with my land. I have the potential to build a dream home at my grandparents' home place and to be able to have my children out there with me where we could all have homes. I don't want houses to go into this area. I think the traffic would be a nightmare. It was originally zoned for 2,200 homes in a PUD, and as far as I understand, that doesn't go away. The Watertown school system cannot handle that many new homes and that many new children. That's what it's zoned for on that side of the interstate. Truckers Crossroads would also not be able to handle it. So I am for the development in order to get water on my land and my family members' lands. I told Hillwood when this all started that if they brought water, I would do everything in my power to help. This is my opportunity to say I support Hillwood and say yes to fulfilling my grandfather's dream. Why would you vote against progress in this area at no cost to the taxpayers for the water? Thank you for letting me speak, and I'm Delane Grandstaff Davenport.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning. My name's Houston Neal. I live 300 Murphy Lane, pretty much right across the interstate from this proposed development. And I mainly want to take this opportunity just to talk about the Tuckers Crossroads community as a whole. You know, I grew up in the community. I attended Tuckers Crossroads School. I played a lot of ball up at the softfields there. I love this community. And, now I've built my forever home out on the family farm. And to be honest, I want my kids to raise their kids out there. And that's why I'm up here fighting. You know, this community we have at Tuckers, it's a special place. It's very unique. It's very rare. I truly believe it's one of the best communities, not only in Wilson County, but maybe in Tennessee. And I say that like, where else can you drive down the road, look over, see a farmer baling hay, then drive another mile down the road, see 100 head of cattle, and then, mixed between there, you see nice homes, kids playing outside, other people raising families. That's what I think makes it very unique, very rare. Just kind of piggybacking off that a little bit, we have a community that also cares for each other and loves one another, as you can see. I know, as I mentioned, I moved in my home, or built my home in 2019, and I still remember this to this day. I was put a cattle gap in near the road, driving some fence posts, and I look up, and here comes Bobby C. If you don't know Bobby C, he lives right up the street from me. He was coming back from mowing yards. It was hot. He could have just, waved, blew his horn, and went on by. I would have thought nothing of it. But you know what he did? He stopped. He stopped. He helped me. Help me finish. And that's what loving your neighbor is all about. That's what caring about your neighbor is all about. And I say all that because why do we want to ruin that with these out-of-town developers? They don't care about us. They don't care about you. All they care about is making a dollar. There's a plenty of other places they can go. I mean, for instance, 840. I mean, that seems like that's the warehouse corridor. I mean, it would make way more sense there. And then I also want to mention, it would be an eyesore for Wilson County. Like if you're coming down the interstate, do you want to see warehouses as the first thing you see when you're coming into this county? I don't. I'd rather see beautiful farmland. And then, I want to end on this. I'm 37 years old. I'm not a spring chicken, but hopefully I got a few years left in me. And I'm mainly up here for my kids. I got 2 little ones. One day they may want to farm. And, if we don't stand our ground now, there may not be any farmland in the future. So please, vote no for this development. And then one other thing I want to mention, I'm actually an engineer myself, but I think they mentioned like 34% of that's under roof. Well, there's a lot more concrete to that too. So I'd like to see those numbers, how much of that's going to be concrete. That's going to cause a lot more issues too. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm here to speak for my property. I'm that house that they're building around. I'm that property. I've owned it for over 40 years. We have. We've developed it and made it into a beautiful home. And they're buffering everybody except us. Because why? They think they can push us out. We've lived there for 32 years. We moved there in 1992. We love our place. We bought it for our kids to pass on to them, not to give to people that already have billions of dollars. They don't care about us. They don't care about anybody that lives out here. They lied to us from the beginning. When they came to talk to us the very first time, they said they was community bound. If the community didn't want it, they'd go away. Where are they today? Here, trying to buy yours. My daughter has plans to build a house right back there where they're going to put their first building. Do you want it in your backyard? I don't want it in mine. That's where we wanted to put our first house, but we couldn't afford to do the driveway that far back. But I've got a grandson here. He wants to build a house there. Everything on our place is on hold because of them. They don't care anything about you or anything about this community. You want to see what this development will look like? Go out to 109. I was out there this morning because my husband had a dentist appointment. That's what you're looking at. They can't control what the traffic's going to be. When they have an accident, which almost happens weekly, our road, the highway, the interstate shuts down. I can't even get home. 8 miles from town, and I can't get home to get off because it locks you down from Watertown to my Linwood exit. And then whenever you get home, all these trucks are going down Linwood, Bluebird Road. Is that how you want to live? It's not what I bought. It's not what we've worked hard. I'm still working to have what I have.
Would you state your name for the record?
Judy Harrington. We live at 780 Bluebird, 7890 Bluebird Road. We're the first property. Yes, J-U-D. We're the first property. We're the one with that little buffer. That one that they're talking about is it was already there before you ever came in there. We knew it when we bought the property. That easement is on us too. And our house sits, how far, hon, from the property line?
Now?
Yes.
About 300 feet.
You start putting these buildings up 300 feet from your house and see how you feel. Taking your property that you worked hard from. We bought our property from Dolly Parton's parents. You know what I should have done? I should have called Dolly Parton and asked her, how would you feel about this?
Ma'am, if you would address your comments to us, please.
I am just tired of people saying, you know, what they're going to do for us. Your tax, all the tax money that you're getting right now, you know what the problem is? It's the spending problem. It's not the tax problem. It's the spending. I've lived a long, long time, and I've seen what happens. And what it is, you want to create more jobs for the government so that they take us over and we don't have a say on anything. Well, I'm not there. You're going to be dealing with me from start to finish because this is our property. We worked hard, we saved, and like I said, we're still working to keep what we have.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me, sir.
Hi, I'm Nancy Grandstaff. I
need a clarity point from Ms. Harrington. Tom, can you tell me where her property is? Because I do not know.
I don't
Somebody
know.
point that out for me.
Right there.
I'm going to try to point to it, ma'am, and you tell me if I'm right.
Right there.
Right there.
Okay.
Thank you.
They're on 3 sides of us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did not.
Can I make one more statement?
Ma'am, we need to move on, please.
Okay. Hi, I'm Nancy Grandstaff. I live on Linwood Road. I've been there all my life, almost 66 years now. I have never had water, not any county water, not any drinkable water. I'm sick of it. You know how I have to haul my water? I haul my water in jugs in the back of my pickup truck. I go to my friends or my family, get water, have to come back. You've never lived until you live like I'm living. It is bad, people. I wouldn't wish it on the worst enemy I have, because I have to get my help from either my family or my friends, because I'm getting too old to haul the water in jugs. And so it's a big deal. My daddy was Edwin Grandstaff. He bought all that land except the very first piece. Danny Wyckoff bought the rest of it. He wanted it to stay farmland, but he told me after he tried to sell it to the Neals, not once, but twice, and they wouldn't do it because it was too much money. And I understand that, but they had it, and we knew it, because they're our kin, you know, we know. All right, so we never did get any water. We've been up for it twice, got voted down twice. Please give me some water, people. I am sick of hauling water and having to go to my family's house to take a shower. 2024, it shouldn't be. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please, Mr. Neal.
My name is Perry Neal. I live at 1000 Murphy Lane, Lebanon. For the record, I'd probably want to say that I do sit on the Wilson County Board of Zoning Appeals, but I'm here speaking because I am a adjoining property owner. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. The other thing, it might be a conflict of interest, or not a conflict of interest, but I want to make clear is currently my family does rent this property for agricultural use, and currently today we do have cattle on it. That in and of itself is not the reason we're here. We're full-time farmers, and we own 2 properties that are either adjoining or across the road from this. We do not live there, but we do own two of the 50 properties they mentioned. And we do not want the water if it comes with warehouses. Sure, everybody wants water, but if we've got to have these warehouses, we don't want the water in those circumstances. I'm going to kind of jump around a little bit, and I'm going to try to be very brief because it's really busy and a lot of crowd. But anyway, I just happened to look up the definition of planning. This is a planning commission here. So I got this off Google. I guess you can get anything you want off Google now. But anyway, this is the definition of planning. The process of thinking and acting on the activities required to achieve a desired goal. And that's what I want to focus on, a desired goal. And I hope you guys as a committee would focus on a desired goal. Is it your desired goal to see this type of development start in this community? And understand, we're not just talking about this development. This is today. So this development goes through. Where are we a year from now, 5 years from now? I've got kids. Everybody that lives out here has got kids, grandkids. What does this look like 10 years, 20 years? We all know when you set that precedent and start rezoning this commercial, the next neighbor comes in with 200 acres. The next neighbor's got 200. Then it's across the interstate, and there's 300 here. There's a lot of open, what you guys call green space. We call it farmers. I'm a country boy. I never heard the term green space till I got involved with some of these counties. But we have a lot of big open farms out there, and when developers start coming in and offering the big money for it, once it starts, I think it'll be hard to stop. One more thing I'll touch on, I'll try to be very brief, is I think this is what everybody in this room is here about, the majority of them, including this lady right here. Quality of life. Quality of life. That's the reason we live out there. I'm a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th generation farmer. My family's been farming out there since the early 1800s. But not only do you have to live on a farm and work a farm to enjoy that quality of life. What about these people that have to drive to town, but as someone mentioned earlier, they get to drive by a farm and there's cows, cow with a baby calf, fresh cut hay field, crops, whatever. That's a quality of life that we as a community and that whole end of the county has, that I would dare say the west end of the county's lost that. And this would be the beginning of taking that away from us. And so I would just ask you not to. My last comment, I guess, I would just ask that you guys would unanimously deny this request based on staff recommendations and the testimony you've heard today. You know, I would ask that you would send a strong message, and thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Jack Pratt, Jr. Live at 1145 Grant Road, Watertown, Tennessee, not far from this property. Family has a farm at 5000 Trousdale Ferry Pike, Tucker's Crossroads, Tennessee. And I say Tucker's Crossroads, Tennessee, because I believe we all know Tucker's Crossroads has showed up at the courthouse today. And I'm proud to be from Tucker's Crossroads. I've lived there my entire life. I'm going to start off with, I'm going to be as brief as I can, and I know we've got a couple slides I may get to, but a lot of things have already been made, so I don't be repetitious. I appreciate y'all. I've been in public office, Mr. Mayor and commissioners. I know what it's like to have to sit here and consider all the facts and make hard choices. So I applaud y'all for listening. And I know we've got a lot of people that are passionate, and a lot of times you have to put up with that and listen to it, and I thank you. Can I pass a couple things out?
You can, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm going to keep one of them. Promise I'm not signing autographs here. If you could just take one and pass one, I appreciate it. First off, ma'am, if we could get to my slideshow over there a little bit, and I'll be as brief with this as what I can do. And a lot of this is, some of this has already been said. Number 40, the bull there, he's kind of been made famous. If we go on to the next one, traffic issues. I know we've had that addressed, but if you get it off at Tucker's Crossroads, off at Linwood exit, you see these signs right here. When there is an accident on I-40, traffic is diverted. If you've ever been out there, it's come down 141, which is Trousdale Ferry Pike, Bluebird Road, and some of these other things. That's just when an accident is happening on the interstate, which is pretty regular. But that's one of the that Linwood exit down to Trousdale Ferry, depending on which way there's an accident on the interstate, and over to Big Springs Road, you have these signs posted already. And there's a reason for that. It's because we have other accidents out here. Now, there's no way in the world if you put distribution centers over there, you're going to keep all those trucks right there getting on at 40. There's any way you could go, and this is a true issue. Julie, if we go to the next slide, I'll get to there's another one of them. Those are posted all around. And I guess the state or the county put that up. This is the next thing I want to touch on, and this is the Jennings Fork Creek. And if you're all familiar, some of you may be familiar with this, Jennings Fork Creek comes from the East Branch, Jennings Fork, West Branch, Jennings Fork, and right about here is where those two branches come together on that property and form Jennings Fork Creek. Some of you know me when I was property assessor a few years ago. We had a big catastrophic event happen, and it was the 2010 flood. You had flooding down here in Lebanon, you had flooding in Nashville, where that creek goes under the bridge. Bluebird Road Bridge, it damaged it. As assessor, I had to get out and assist emergency management people assess critical infrastructure damage, and that was one of them. It wiped some of the guardrail and stuff off the top. Some of it's still not been fixed. However, imagine that with 12.5 million square feet. Instead of cattle and hay out there, imagine 12.5 million square feet under roof, plus however many million more in parking. There's no engineer in the world. There's no engineer in the world, I promise you, that's going to keep this from being an environmental catastrophe the next time we have a flood, and not even a 2010 flood. So I would ask you consider that. And the next thing we'll kind of show, this one y'all are going to laugh at, that's Perry Neal in a hole. That's kind of where he needs to be. But no, this is the north side of 141 or Trousdale Ferry Pike. And that's just right there in front of the part of the Neal Farm right there. And that's right where Jennings Fork goes under the road. And there's already damage to it. I'm telling you, folks, you put this warehouse development in, you're going to have more and more flood damage. There's no way you can avoid it. There's not an engineer in the world that can do it. And finally, I'm going to speak a little bit on what's been spoken to. I'm from Tucker's Crossroads. I'm proud to be there. And if that, that's just, I don't want to ever apologize for it. I love my community. But there's been a lot been said about bringing industry in here and jobs in here and the effects on the economy. We have an industry in Tucker's Crossroads. It's one of the #1 industries in the state. It's called agriculture, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm here for the community. I'm not to toot my own horn, but I'll tell you something. If you're a farmer and you've ever had this publication, it's kind of like reading the Rolling Stone magazine if you're a musician. And I'll turn your attention to page 16, and that tells the effect that my family, the story of my family's farm right there. And I'm proud of it. If you've got this publication before, if you had it a couple of years ago, you'll see Perry Neal and Pal and Phil Neal and the Neal farm on there. You've got many other farms. They're sitting around there, many of them century farms. They've been there for centuries, for years. We are proud to be an agricultural community. We say that we've already got an industry here. It's called agriculture. And I'm begging you, committee, this is one time when you can have a constituent get up in front of you, in front of a government board, and say you've got it right. Don't change a thing, because the government does not need to change this. We've got it going on good in Tucker's Crossroads, and I ask that you leave it the way it is. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kevin Gaines. I live at Poplar Hill Road in Watertown, and my wife is a Grandstaff, and Delane is her first cousin. Nancy is her aunt. I think it's a shame in 2024 that we have to have people come from Shelby County and dangle the carrot of "we'll get you water" to people in Wilson County. We have a farm, Lisa and I do, also on Linwood. That's an active farm that still today produces soybeans and corn and hay. And my trade is not a farmer, but I respect these gentlemen. And I'm certainly not a good public speaker, but I'm a realtor with Cumberland Real Estate. And in the course of my job, I travel this county corner to corner every week. As I'm driving across the county, I'm often in these industrial parks that have went before this committee and the Planning Commission and also the County Commission to get approval. As I drive through there, I see numerous vacancies. So as I got prepared to come up here today, I said I'm going to pull and see just how much warehouse space is available. We've got industrial parks in Mount Juliet, Lebanon, Gladeville, Watertown. You just approved one between Sparta Pike and Canesville Pike that's newly rezoned. This morning I found over 2 million feet of available warehouse space that's available. That's not being used. Lastly, I just would ask you, do you think we need another 1,400 acres of industrial zoning with another 10 million feet of warehouse? I don't. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Allie Poston. I live on 1077 Bobo Road, which is right in the middle. Since the water issue is such a big deal, my family's lived on this land, like Perry said, since the 1800s. I'm the 4th generation of a Poston farmer family. We've lived there our entire lives, and I would one day hope to raise my own family on this land. We would never want to give up the integrity of our land for water. We've done fine without water this entire time. I've lived there since I was born, and so has my family, and we do not want the water. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Lowry.
Honorable Chairman, Commissioners, my name's Jack Lowry. I live at 3108 Carthage Highway, which is in this community. In full transparency, last few of the speakers have hired me to come in and help them in an effort to oppose this. They stole a lot of my thunder. I couldn't be more proud of the people who stood up here and talked, and they've absolutely identified the issues. They've done a wonderful job presenting a plan for an industrial park. I don't know them, but the times I've met them, they're very cordial. They're very nice. I certainly know Mr. Bone. He's certainly a quality individual and a very capable developer. That's not the question that's before this commission today. Whether we got people who will build a quality industrial site, whether they're honorable, whether they'll do what they say. The question is, should you all amend a plan that you put in place in 2006 and change it for their use? You know, I was struck by the water line slide. When you looked at that overhead, it reminded me a little bit of Sesame Street. And when they got the 4 squares up there, and 3 people are doing one thing and one's not, and they ask the question, which one of these doesn't belong here? Well, you can see from that overhead, you saw farmland. You didn't see any other infrastructure like they propose. What people in this room know, what many people on this commission know, what the road commission knows, and you hear it all the time, well, we don't have the infrastructure to support this development. Most people here know specifically that this area of the county is unique in that perspective. The infrastructure out there still harkens back to some of the wagons that went up and down that road. It hasn't been expanded. You have deep shoulders, you have narrow roads, and it's not going to support their use. They talk about the jobs that they're going to create. Where do you think those jobs are going to come from? I imagine a lot of them are going to come east from here. Smith County, DeKalb County, Cannon County. Where are they going to drive? I'd say a good part of them are going to come right down Highway 70, and they're going to filter into those roads that can't support that traffic to enter into this place. You all know that you get to consider in this the health, safety, and welfare of this community and whether this fits within that. This doesn't fit this community's fabric. You know, I tried to think of 3 things that I could focus on. One of them is the environment that they're asking you to allow them to place this. You've heard it here today. What impacts will it have? Does it fit? And it doesn't. The second question is you have already governed and created a plan that will fit in this community, that does support this community. You know, they even talk about that they got a letter from the UT Extension that talked about Wilson County's rich agricultural history. We don't have large areas of that left in Wilson County, except for right here. And there's a strong community that supports that. The question is, are we going to support a use that's going to tear into the fabric of this community and absolutely destroy it? I don't think they've shown you a specific reason that will support doing that. They don't even have actual tenants to put in those buildings yet. It's Prospect. On behalf of my family, on behalf of my clients in this community, I ask you to leave things the way they are. Vote down this change and vote down this zoning. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Frank J. Flores. I'm a resident of 8339 Trousdale Ferry Pike in Lebanon. I have been living here for a little over 2 years. I moved from Franklin, Tennessee. But prior to that, I'm ashamed to say I am a refugee from California. I came to Tennessee because I wanted a better place to live. And I left Franklin because it got too uppity. And now I found a community that I absolutely love. I see neighbors here. I have a little 20-acre farm. And I never farmed before, but I've learned how, thanks to my neighbor, that gentleman over there, Perry. He's come to my aid several times when I acted like a big dummy. I have planted a small orchard. I put 1,400 square bales on the ground on only 20 acres. I'm working my ass off on this place. But that's not what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is where I was born. I was born north of San Francisco in a wonderful community called Marin County. It became one of the most affluent places in the United States to live. And why? It's because of the people who sat behind the desks like you folks are, had a plan and a vision for what they wanted that county to be. They restricted growth. They were very, very specific about what went in. Eventually, Marin County became the most expensive county in all of the Bay Area because of the foresight of the folks behind the desk like you folks are. It became the envy of the Bay Area until the dot-com era hit. And San Jose, everybody flew down there because of all the riches. It still had agriculture when you drove up 101. There were still dairy farms. It was completely controlled, and because of it, people flocked to want to live in Marin County. Wilson County has that opportunity. Yes, we're growing. Yes, change is inevitable. Yes, these guys are presenting a wonderful plan. Of course, I'm sure it could be modified even further. But the point is, I moved here for a reason. Because people are good to each other, and not because of warehouses, because of farms and the people who are slaving to make this a great place to live. I encourage you to please use great foresight in not just this, but every plan going forward to make this the most desirable county in Middle Tennessee to live. I certainly think so. I hope you make those choices for us as well. Thank you.
My name is Allie Swope.
Thank you.
My name is Allie Swope. My family owns land next to the property being discussed today. This community has been a farming one, not an industrial one, forever. Let's keep it that way. You're not planning if you're planning on robbing my generation of the opportunities your parents gave you to farm.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Mitchell. I'm here to talk about where I live, which is 5707 Poplar Hill Road. My husband and I bought that farmland a couple of years ago. We both grew up in small towns. I grew up taking care of horses, learning the value of taking care of animals and working hard. I grew up in a military Christian family. My husband grew up in a military Christian family. He is now a doctor. I am now a mental health provider. The property that we are discussing is connected to our farmland. So we are an adjoining property. When you talk about the 100-foot buffer and the 40-foot of landscaping, I want everyone here to know that doesn't matter to us. It doesn't matter at all. My husband and I are raising an endangered horse breed, the Rocky Mountain horse breed. As that toxic waste rolls down that hill, that toxic waste is going to hurt and potentially cause birth defects to those horses and those animals that are on the endangered species list. I also want to say that we are small town proud. We left the farmland community as young adults, and we've been working very hard as professionals to get back in it. When we bought our farm, we bought it when it was at the highest market value. The reason that we chose to move to Watertown is because we love this community and we love these people. For all of my neighbors that are having trouble with water, please talk to me. I would like to connect you with some of the professionals that we have worked with to bring wells to our farm. That's all I have to say, and thank you for considering my points.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Gage Mason, Grandstaff, Davenport. And I would like to say that this land is being developed. There is no decision between if it's going to stay farmland or if it's going to be an industrial park. It's going to either be an industrial park or a neighborhood. We're going to put, what, 2,200 homes there? That brings in countless people. What, we have maybe, how many people on average would you say live in a single household in Wilson County? 3 to 4 people, depending on how many kids they have. After those neighborhoods are built, how are you going to deal with 6,000 to 5,000 new drivers coming through those roads that are so narrow? High schoolers, teenagers learning how to drive on those narrow roads. Many people have done it, and many people have died doing it as well. So, what are we going to do about that? That's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or morning still. My name is Habiba Park. I will not represent my employer's opinions. I'm speaking for myself, but I work for a local hospital here. And my husband, who's also here with me, is a 20-year veteran in the military. He's been all over the world protecting our country and serving us. A lot of our neighbors here, my new neighbors, because we're relatively new to the community, and I will admit, I'm from Baltimore, so I chose to move all the way down here from the city to join this community. And so, you know, we've had essentially our pick of all over the world for my husband and all over the nation for us, and we chose to make this our community. And so far, it's been amazing. You know, our neighbors, I echo all their sentiments. I'm sorry to hear about the issues that some of our other neighbors have with water access, and I agree that it's a very low blow to use that as a carrot. But just, you know, this is my opportunity. This is actually, believe it or not, the first time I've been in a community where my opinion, our opinion, matters. So it means a lot. But the previous gentleman just talked about, you know, kids growing up in the community and learning how to drive. You know, trauma education is very important to me. And that's what I think about. I mean, I myself actually have already been in an accident on Trousdale Ferry Pike because of speeding. Not myself, other people. But that's exactly one of the reasons that we are very concerned about having all this traffic coming into the area, on top of all of our agricultural resources being usurped. So we ask that you guys vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pat Tuggle, and I live in Mount Juliet. My brother lives in Mount Juliet, and my other brother lives in Lebanon. But we own a piece of property that adjoins the proposed development. If folks talk about traffic and they look, every exit on I-40 in Mount Juliet, from Mount Juliet on, Linwood Road is the only interchange that has not been or is being fully developed. It's a saturation point. It's the last place in the county. It's owned by a group of investors. Funny thing about investors, they want a return on their investment. My point is, something will go there sooner or later. That property will not remain unoccupied, regardless of what happens today. It will not remain unoccupied. Sooner or later, it will be developed. That's just the way it is. It's the last place in the county. that that hasn't been developed. I think what these gentlemen are offering in terms of their industrial development is probably the most prudent choice that we could make for the development of that particular interchange. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name's Chris Lawson. I live on Charlesdale Ferry. I'm about 3 miles from this that they're proposing. Anytime there's a wreck on the interstate, I can tell you by looking out my front door. My kids play in my front yard. It worries me. I have to make them go into the backfield with the goats or the chickens to ensure that some of these drivers coming down this road doesn't hurt my kids. I drove trucks for 17 years as well. In case you don't know what they're proposing, I've seen them, I've been to them, I've delivered to them. Those drivers that go out there, they make money by the mile. So if there's a wreck on the interstate and they can't use the interstate, they're going to take these other roads. I guarantee you, there's no doubt in my mind, I'd have done the same thing. I don't care if you put no trucks up, I'm going to drive it anyways and chance the ticket because I can't afford to sit still and not make money. With these jobs that they're bringing in, it ain't going to change nothing. It's just going to put us deeper in not being able to afford rent and everything else. I've got kids growing up. $15 an hour job right now will not pay their rent. My 19-year-old, he rented a place over by the cemetery. It's $1,900 a month. If you do the math on that, $15 an hour don't pay that. And he needs to eat, gas, car insurance, telephone, just all the stuff that we're accustomed to now. So this is a bad thing. People keep talking about the housing development and this and that. I'm not worried about that right now. What I'm worried about is right in front of us with this, just kind of development, and it's not good because nobody can guarantee what those trucks are going to do or cars. People are going to take different ways with GPSs now. People use them on their phone. They're going to get stuck on Bethany Lane. I'm sure that people know about that and different roads out there that these trucks go down and get stuck, and then who's left with all the traffic? Us. So just take that into consideration. Kids, traffic, how these drivers are paid. I'm sure, everything boils down to how all of us are paid in anything that we do, but if you're not making money sitting there, you're not going to sit. You're going to find a way to drive. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
My name is Stella Swope. My family owns land next to the land being discussed today. I love the feel of earth on my bare feet and cold water against my legs. Hillwood is trying to destroy this and replace it with concrete.
I barely walk up here after being here so long. My name is Al Loescher. I live on Tracy Road, 331 Tracy Road. My wife and I built a farm there, and we're afraid our lifestyle will be gone. We're looking at lights. I'm going to be real close to that. There's small strips of property next to me, but it'll be in my backyard, and I won't have another dark night once they start doing that, and noise will be incredible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I'm absolutely terrified getting up here. My name's Glenda Bowes. I'm at 8172 Bluebird Road. I'm beside the Harringtons. I have met with them and showed them around my property, my concerns, which was my well water. But it comes down to my priorities. My son is in the Marines, and I'm not selling him out. To say yes to this would be a slap in his face whenever he comes back home.
Thank you.
My name is Angela Kelly, and I live on Trousdale Ferry Pike. I'm nervous too, so I get you. I'm just going to plain ask, please don't ruin my dream. I'm a small town South Dakota girl, grew up in an ag town, literally 600 people, graduating class of 18, so small. But my family farm has been around for decades, and my husband's military, retired veteran. We've been in apartments, we've been around living in squashed cities. So when he retired, our one dream was to find a small house on some land where we could look up at the stars at night. And we found that. We found that at Tucker's. And I know how much light filters in ruins, the stargazing, the northern lights, all the stuff we've been able to experience. You know, I literally drive down Trousdale on my way to work. And this is goofy, but I say good morning cows, good morning goats, good morning horses, good morning chickens, you know, and I love it. It brings joy to my heart. So I just ask, please, 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 don't ruin my dream, because I've got it, and I think a lot of us do. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jason Hannikin. My property is subjacent to the property in question on Bell Road. I want to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to talk today and voice our concerns. A little bit of background. Don't let my title confuse you. I am a farm boy. Grew up in the country raising beef cattle with my family. And, you know, to see what's trying to be done here, people need to realize we're talking a lot about what might happen, what they plan to build, what people think is going to happen afterward. For someone whose family has been displaced twice because of progress, I can tell you exactly what's going to happen. It does not stop with this. And I'm not against progress. I think some more of these warehouses and income would be great for Wilson County. But I don't think this is the location. We have to ask if it's appropriate for this neighborhood, and I believe the answer is no. I don't doubt their good intentions, but when I bought the property here on Bell Road, you know, I've already lost 2 farms. My wife and I were trying to find a place that we could raise our children so they could grow up like we did. And we have that dream right now. But when this progress starts, I can assure you, this is not where it ends. Once that box is opened, that lid cannot close, and it continues. And there's going to be a day when we're all going to have to move to try to restart that dream. For me, it'll be the 4th time over. Now, progress is good, development is good, but it needs to be in the appropriate locations. Maybe someplace like 840 that's already developed, or near Maddox Simpson, someplace close to the city where a lot of these things like the city water and such are already available. For me, you know, numbers speak. So just throwing this out there, because we've had a lot of people talking. How many here are opposed to this? Raise a hand. I mean, these are our neighbors, our community. And I want to thank everyone who's spoken so far, because I didn't know how I was going to get everything I wanted to say out in front of you, and so many of them have already said it. We have a heritage here and a wonderful community. And once we lose that, it's gone. I've seen it. You know, one day when all this farmland's gone and we no longer have cows and hay fields, when a hamburger costs $200, remember this day, because this is where we get to make that choice, where we can preserve our heritage, preserve our food source, and have these small communities where we can raise children safely and give them the abilities to grow up and be responsible, know what hard work is, and give back to those communities. Not that they drive in, work, come back home, and forget about it. We want them to give back too. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Dr. Roy Terry, and I've been here for 30 years, and I am opposed to this plan. I think that following the plan that y'all have laid out is probably the most reasonable thing to do, that the Planning Commission is set for the plan from 2006 to be able to follow that. I also was interested in the cost that were put up, were not really addressed when the marketing lady was talking, because there was something that said about $196,000 in taxes for roads, and y'all probably know better than I do how much it costs to pave a mile of road, and I don't think that's probably going to cover it, because the costs of this project, it's great the things that they're offering to do. It's a big carrot, like everybody said, but I think the cost for the community and surrounding areas are going to be, what are you going to do with your traffic lights? What are you going to do with your other things that you have to do to make traffic work better? And people have talked about that. And the other costs are just the costs for the community and the value and the things that people see Wilson County as being a great place to live. And I think those things would certainly deteriorate if we had this project get approved. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Some of y'all may not know me. I'm Delane. Not that Delane, but our farms connect. I have water. I have a spring. And I'm more concerned about the area where the step system will be. And I don't want it coming into my spring because we live on spring water. My grandparents bought this farm back, moved out there in 1960. The interstate was not there. My granddaddy helped bring that interstate with some of the Neals and grand stuff. Anyway, we still have the, what they used to send, telegraph from the president and Al Gore sending that the interstate, that was going to be there. But anyway, I'm not for this. They have been very, very nice. They are great to work with. As a matter of fact, when I was young, I watched their boss, Ross Perot Jr. show at Shelbyville. He won the championship over there. And so, anyway, they've been really nice. And come to find out, Lana, that spoke in marketing, her husband grew up with my ex-husband, and we all knew each other. But anyway, I'm not for this. The farm we have, I want my children, my grandchildren, to be able to decide what happens with it. If they all want to build on it, that's fine. But that's just my opinion. But they're a very nice group. And Mr. Bone is a very nice person. So it puts us between a rock and a hard place. And I am that mile stretch. They went to the Postons, brought water. I went to the Gear County and begged to put as many hydrants or whatever you do down through there, and they wouldn't do it back then. It dead end right here, halfway down Linwood, and then dead ends at Bluebird. I'm in that mile stretch they left out. I don't know if my husband made somebody mad or what, but it's just 5 houses down through there that it would affect and bring water to. So, but like Nancy, they do. I feel sorry for them. Knock on wood, that spring on our farm feeds 3 places, and it has never gone dry. But they have to go and get out of their pond, and if it's a dry year, they don't get water. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi there. I'm Kathy Roberts. I live on the corner of Old Rome Pike and Big Springs Road, so I'm not close to the actual property. I did teach at Tucker's Crossroads for 13 years. Just a point or two I wanted to make. I was born in Middle Tennessee, and I just want to talk about Nashville for a second, what Nashville has become. And I always thought, I would live there, my boys would live there. But because it started getting so developed and so many people have come, the people that made Nashville what Nashville wasn't a great place to be. They can't afford it anymore, so they've been pushed out. So then everybody acts like, well, it's not a big deal. It's just going to be this really nice industrial park, but you can just go on about your way. No, once that starts, it's like a domino that falls, and it's going to be more and more and more. And then what does that do to property value? It's going to go, everything's going to be worth more. So all the lovely people here that make this a great place, they're not going to be able to afford probably their property taxes. So because some investors came in, they take away everything from the people who've been here forever, and it's just wrong. And Nashville is ruined. Like my own kids, we're a military family. Whoever spoke earlier, he makes $20 an hour and can't afford an apartment in Lebanon anymore. It's a joke, and y'all can't help that. That's just the time we live. But my point is, this is such a beautiful, special place, the Century Farms. And I know you're like, okay, well, it's just this one thing off the interstate, but it's not going to stop there. And once you do this, it can't be undone. You can't change it. You can't turn it back to nice land. So just please, God, just make one thing in America be right and vote no, please.
Hi, y'all. Sorry, got to get back to work, so I'm kind of cutting the line here a little bit. Kelly Hanlon, 2193 Phillips Road. Y'all have made a lot of really great points. We all love our neighbors. I really feel for the people without water. However, you knew the water wasn't there when you bought that home. But beyond that, my biggest concern that hasn't been mentioned yet, I've mentioned it, but it hasn't been mentioned today. They're looking at putting what they call first-class tenants in there, Amazon and such. Great, I appreciate it. However, they're also felon-friendly employers. Everybody needs a second chance. I get it. We don't need to have those second chances directly across the interstate from our children at their schools where they should be safe. We don't need this right across from Tucker's Crossroads Elementary. My kids are grown and gone. My kids are no longer in school. It's not my kids. It's my whole community's kids. Every single one of them needs to be safe. And if we're putting felon-friendly employers directly across the interstate, that's just asking for trouble. Have a great day. Bye.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Chairman Jones, Mayor, esteemed members of the Commission. Corey Johns, 2032 Chesapeake Way, Wilson County, 37122. It's a pleasure and an honor to serve as the Director for your Joint Economic and Community Development Office for Wilson County. At the JCDB, our stated mission is to attract new investment into Wilson County in order to keep pace with rapid growth while providing quality lifestyle for our communities. One of the ways that we do that is by targeting higher yield industries that bring higher wage jobs that pay above the current county median, and we look at investment on projects that will then lead to subcontracting jobs, things like that, for both white collar and blue collar jobs. Those are engineers, architects, designers, as well as folks that are involved in construction and trade with developing of sites. Part of that is to increase the local tax base. A lot of my points have been touched on earlier, so I'm going to try not to be too repetitive. However, one thing that has not been noticed is that in Tennessee, we tax residential and other forms of property typically at 25%. Commercial property is taxed at a 40% tax rate. With increased value from commercial property and the tax revenue that it generates, that helps keep the tax burden on the citizenry lower. That's important in terms of determining our mix. You all have the unenviable task, along with the County Commission and other boards like you in our municipalities, of managing growth in a highly desirable area. Many people, we have a tremendous quality of life here in Wilson County, as you all know. As the mayor often says, the number one reason people move to Wilson County is for the quality of our schools. We're also blessed to have wonderful law enforcement, to recreational waterways that we can enjoy, to state parks, high quality of life. The realities to that, and many of the points that I wish to make, are simple facts that need to be taken into consideration. And since we are still on the portion that deals with the amendment of the land use plan, really my remarks are broader to the importance of that process. 2006 was a long time ago. A lot's happened in our world since then, and I want to commend the mayor, the commission leadership, Mr. Bashir and his office for the work that they're doing right now to revise the future land use plan for our community, because that's how we avoid these situations that have been coming before you increasingly, where areas that have developed as industrial corridors or others are pressing into areas that have residential density and creating friction points. By looking forward and identifying the areas that we can say, these are areas for the different types of targeted growth that we need. And the reality is that it's going to happen. The Greater Nashville Regional Council, who's contributing and helping lead that land use planning effort, has projected that by 2045, our population in Wilson County will be 250,000 people. Today, we're somewhere around 160,000. Historically, their estimates have been conservative. So in all probability, the number is going to be higher than that. How are we going to support that in a manner that takes into account competing needs? We have a need for housing. Many have remarked to the cost of housing today. We certainly have a need for housing to support our workforce needs. That's a supply problem, by and large, because of growth that we've seen. We also have a need to support the cost of living here by bringing in the greater number of high-quality jobs into our community. The reality is that in Wilson County, we are running very short on industrial zone land that is not already spoken for, developed, or has development plans underway. As we're looking at certain corridors in the land use plan and any future amendments to that, it's important to contemplate before these friction points arise. Where are our targeted industrial corridors? Where do we need commercial and retail development? What areas do we need to relegate for housing? And what areas do we need to preserve for agricultural use along with other open space? It's been stated previously that this property has been corporately owned since 2009. Gentleman earlier spoke to the ownership group, but maybe great people. Those investments in their retirement accounts, those investments in the educational accounts, they're looking for a return on that, and something is eventually going to happen, most likely with this property. It is highly unlikely that this property remains as it is today in perpetuity. The one other point that's not been mentioned is that if this property, as it has been proposed in the past, were to become residential, there's a burden that puts on schools. Certainly for if it's at the higher density mark of, I believe, 2,200 homes, as was approved under the previous PUD. That then becomes an issue for our commission and for our taxpayers to determine how we fund the construction of those new schools at a time when building is increasingly more expensive. That also applies to infrastructure investments. If there are needed infrastructure investments, those are at all-time records in terms of the expense. So are those going to be borne publicly, or are we going to defray those to be supported through private investments? The State Property Assessors Association's Government Relations Director recently noted that the average farm in Tennessee is 154 acres, and the state currently has almost 70,000 farms across the state, of which 1,585 have more than 1,000 acres, and that's according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Similarly, in that land use plan process, the GNRC recently shared information that suggested that today, 69% of Wilson County is either agricultural or undeveloped. Meanwhile, only 1% of that is industrial at the moment. I will speak a bit to Hillwood as a company. We are blessed in that we do not have to hold public land. for economic development recruitment projects. Many of our peer communities have to put taxpayers at risk by publicly optioning or purchasing land, putting infrastructure in place. We're blessed that the private sector here sees the ROI on the return on investment to do that work for us. That's how we keep our supply for available properties for our economic development recruitment efforts. I will say that if we were to issue, if we did have public land and we were issuing an RFP for a development partner, Hillwood would be one of the premier companies that we would want to work with. They're a reputable company, well-known and established by a prominent and respected American family. We've already discussed the areas of preservation, the impact on the 50 properties and the 7 miles of water line. Additionally, a projected $7 million will be invested in a public step system for sewer needs. I would like to note the importance of infrastructure and robust. We are blessed to be seeing a lot. We're very competitive in Wilson County today for advanced manufacturing jobs. We're becoming increasingly competitive for research and development projects, things of that nature. Oftentimes, those have higher utility needs. So whether we're talking about sewer, whether we're talking about water, we're talking about electricity, we're talking about access to fiber, what we would be able to market these properties for will largely be determined by how robust the infrastructure to support various types of projects. And oftentimes, higher wage projects align with those projects that have higher infrastructure capabilities. Many points were made on the projected impacts. I believe it was noted that currently the property is producing around $12,704 going in to support schools. At the proposed scope, the development's estimated to generate $1.43 million annually to support schools and additional revenues for other public needs. I was glad to see Lana here. I will note that when we have projects we're evaluating, we need a third-party economic impact analysis on the utility of that project or its benefits to our community. Our office, under my predecessor and continuing today for many years, has used Younger and Associates. So they are not a fly-by-night shop that is unfamiliar with this community or this system. Again, I would like to just reiterate the importance of the current land use plan reevaluation process so that we can identify future areas that will support residential, commercial, industrial, and preservation needs of this community as we move forward. So thank you for the opportunity to offer some of these facts and figures and elements. I hope that you will take them into consideration in your decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Mike Powell. I live on Swindell Hollow Road, so I'm a bit divorced away from this parcel, unlike many of the folks behind me. Contrary to the previous speaker before me, I would ask you that as a planning commission, you take into consideration land use, not economics. That's a distractor. The land use, your future, if you had a futures commission, it's in the comprehensive plan or master plan, as we call it here, of what the land use should be. We don't take into consideration when we put comp plans together economics. It just doesn't happen. It's what is good land use, and that's what's before you. The application before you is not a job creation application. It's a land use application. That's good land use. It's not a economic tax development, albeit a very good presentation, but that's a distractor to make it look like it's better than what it is. These are the benefits of you doing this land use change. As far as the land use, the parcel on the mountain, I also am an engineer. Been doing it for a long time, I'll say. I won't go up how many years. I can develop that mountain. Every piece of land out here is developable. It's at what cost? Obviously, that's going to be a lot of cost. It doesn't have a benefit to a lot of people to go out there and develop it. When we do plans like this for presentations to commissions, we do the plan, and then we actually go back through and say, okay, what am I doing better than what's required under the rezoning that I'm asking for? And we present it. They're 30% less roof coverage than what's allowed under the expected and hoped for rezoning. They're adding a bigger buffer. That's because their plan allows for that. Not that they intended to go in with that. These are benefits that we look for as a plan, and it's a distractor to you to make it look like it's better than what it is. I will also tell you that I'm very good at knowing what's not been presented in front of me. A traffic study. Not a traffic study of the first two buildings, as we've been told, but what's a traffic study of what could go in there today versus what's going in once the 10 buildings are in, plus the commercial. The extension of the water line, it's 4 miles. What that has done to a lot of the folks that is exposed to the county commissioners present within the room, that there's a need. There's a big hole in the donut right now in that area that needs water. Float a bond. That's what can be done to get that done, but it has to be part of the Water Authority's plan. But that's not what's in front of you. It's land use. We're taking home land and making it industrial land. We're not transferring it from home to a high-density home or a higher-density home. We're changing it and morphing it into something drastically different than what the the comprehensive plan calls for. It may be that the comprehensive plan, master plan, needs to be revisited, a futures commission created to go along with it, but what's in front of you is a land use, not all the distractors that have been presented, and I would ask you to consider that in your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Russell Poston. Now, my mother was a Neal, and a lot of these people out here are kin to me, which is either good or bad. It depends on how you view it. My cousins up on the hill there want water. Well, I understand that. You know, I've got 13.5 acres in Tucker's Crossroads, between the signs, not 4 miles over the hill or 4 miles north, but in the middle of Crossroads. My grandfather owned it. There was a store there. He probably bought it 80 years ago. But when I walk out of my house, I walk on the land that my grandfather walked on, who was a Neal, and my father, who was a Poston. Up on the hill across from Bethlehem Church, next house past, all these houses for family, or I lived there. And when I was a child, we knew everybody out there. You know, I know Jimmy Goodall's grandfather. He once said he remembered when the stagecoach came through, whenever that was. James Woods, I knew him 30-some years ago. I didn't even know he was on this, whatever y'all are. But, you know, my point is, and the people that have moved out into the Crossroads area are like the people that have lived there all my 60 years. And I've heard some people talking about Neals have money. Well, that ain't none of my business. But I do know that bloodline, if they have whatever, they work for it. Honestly. You know, my family's largely either farmers or engineers. And some of them are both, which is an odd combination. So, you know, we've heard, for 90 minutes, we heard this group from Memphis, where I would never go to visit. I mean, there's nothing there I want to see. I was born and raised in Tucker's Crossroads, conceived there, and that is where I will die. Now, somebody comes over and offers me $1 million an acre, I'll sell what I got, but that probably ain't gonna happen. I wish we could buy this group off, but nobody's got that much money because I got more than anybody in the county. So it comes down to money, and that's all it comes down to, because money talks. If you think it don't, you're lying to everybody and yourself. Now, I've heard a lot of long-winded mess in here, and always people with notes and everything else. I don't need notes. I can tell you what I think real quick. They're here to make money, and what they've said, including what this lady said, they did say up church, if we didn't want it in Crossroads, they'd leave us. So why are they sitting here? It goes back to the old theory. If you throw enough stuff against the wall, some of it will stick. Now, I hope nobody's being bought here. They probably are not. I'm not here to accuse nobody or hurt anybody's feelings. But we that come from Tucker's Crossroads, that have lived there all our lives, we don't want the mess. Now, I got a lot of cousins that have a lot of land rented for farmland, or they buy it. Now, I don't think there's no sin or no crime if that's what they want to do, because it helps feed America, okay? I love sausage, chicken, whatever, but beef feeds America. It always will. It fed the expansion west. Now, I don't care how much smoke they blow, about 5% of it I probably believe. It all comes down to money and how much they can make. We don't want the mess out there. Now, I've been driving since 1980. My experience in this county is the roads are never fixed in this city of Lebanon. They halfway patch them, and you go down any side street and there's 4,000 bumps in it. Now, that's reality. Now, are they going to widen them roads out there? No, they ain't going to. They never will. I don't care what this bunch says or the county says, they ain't going to widen roads. Trails and Ferry that Jimmy and I both live on's been the same width going back to whenever. Bluebird is a death trap driving on it, especially with Linwood back. And, you know, there's a guy sitting over there now that has property up there that bumps up against the ranch. I didn't hear him crying about getting city water, and I talked to him last week. There at my home, we've had well water until last year. I broke down and got some city water. Now, I drank sulfur water. It didn't kill me. Most of y'all that's got some age on you probably have too. Well, we don't want the mess. That's just the bottom line. That's as plain as I can make it. Now, if somebody, I mean, I know my family, and I'm not going to say anything against what the grandstaff said, but we want it to stay the same. We want to be able to come to Tucker's Crossroads. You know, if somebody wants a convenience store out there, then, I mean, I got 5 vehicles. I'll make sure I got enough gas in them. I don't have to run up there at Crossroads to get gas. And I sure don't buy no beer or got no drink. So I don't need none of that mess. I mean, I don't care how big a convenience store that Hal Bone wants to make over there and make money on. It all comes down to money. I mean, everything else is just a bunch of posturing, a bunch of smoke being blown. Now, if Jimmy wasn't sitting there, he'd probably be laughing along with me. And that's all I got to say. We need to vote this mess out and get it out.
Derek Dotson, 106 Chapman Drive. Before my question, a quick side note. Today's Tennessean. Rutherford County looks for ways to keep farmland. That's today's Tennessean. And there's a very significant meeting in Rutherford County next week on the 26th. My question is to the representatives here from Hillwood, which is, will there be other significant equity investors other than Hillwood in this project in the future?
If you would direct your questions to us, sir.
Yeah, well, the question's for them. I would like to hear them answer that question. Will there be other significant investors in this project other than this group here? Well, that's a very important question.
I'm not questioning that.
I know. I'm just making the point. That is a very important question. Personally, I couldn't vote on this if I didn't know the answer to that. Thank you.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I think I will. Dave Meyer, I live out on Ben Green Road. M-E-I-E-R, I didn't write it down here before. I understand the question, I will, okay. I understand the question here is to rezone this particular property. And I'm not going to fault, we do have economic needs within the county. That's the thing. Your choice is how do you plan for that? And what are you going to do to affect the plan that you put in place in '06? You've heard the community is pretty much interested in farmland. It's in agriculture. Those issues, I think, are the predominant question. It's, you know, how we do that. I think planning is going to be something that you need to look at. Where do you put the industrial parks? Where do you decide they come? Not because of available property. And it's a great looking proposal. But where do we actually want to put that for our community, for the people that live here? He talked about Rutherford County. I came from Rutherford County. And the issue with Rutherford County was everything kept growing. I was off at 2-Lane Road. When we signed the contract to move out of our house, right down the street, there's another gas station going in, and there was probably 4 within a quarter of a mile. I'm just saying, I think it's something that we really need to look at. What are we doing to be planners, and are we going to be effective at deciding what we want to do and keeping with that?
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Brent Baldwin, and I live on Bell Road. My mailbox touches the east end of this property where it comes out on Bell Road. And we've lived out there since 1996. Hello, Coach Hutto. How are you doing? I want to come in right where he talked about this being land use. This is really the only big area of the county where the soils are deep enough that you can farm them. You don't hit rock every foot or so like you do on the west side of the county. So this part of the county, simply because of the type of soils, we need to consider the land use and not give it away to rooftops and pavement. And so the other thing is, the reason that they are putting so much effort into bringing water, doing all this infrastructure work and all that, is because it's not here. And so what they're trying to do is create an island of mega warehouses on the east side of the county. It doesn't belong here. It's a totally different use from what we have in this area. So I'm going to close with a verse from the Bible in Jeremiah. This is what the Lord says: stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask where the good way is and walk in it, and you will find rest for your souls. Thank you for listening.
Hi there. Thank you.
I'm Andy Van Schaik. I am the son-in-law of Miss Judy over here, who talked earlier about our property. And Dennis. The property that's surrounded on 3 corners by this project. So I appreciate your time. I would just like you to consider what that does. She mentioned houses being built on there for 2nd and 3rd generation. I'm the 2nd generation with my wife, Dixie. 3rd generation is probably out there somewhere. I think you've heard from a great majority of what the public around this thinks. Some of the statistics that were coming across while people were talking was football fields of distance between where our dream house would be and the warehouse. 400 feet is just over a football field. There's not football fields, just for clarification on that, between us and where that warehouse would be. We talked about jobs coming in, 6,500 jobs, which is fantastic, but $15 an hour kind of sucks. And if somebody's making more than $15 an hour, then somebody's making less. So level that out. 6,400 jobs is also 6,400 cars a day going in and out. There's noise pollution and air pollution that comes along with that. But more than that, there's over 10 million square feet. If I'm doing my math right, being a trucker, in the trucking industry, that's 26,000 loads if you only went 8 feet high. So if you double that, which most are at least double that, if not triple that, you could be 75,000 truckloads of material in those warehouses. What do they turn them, every 90 days? So that's 26,000 loads. So you're probably talking 400 to 800 truckloads a day going in and out of that place, in addition to the 6,500 cars. This is a mess. I don't want to see it. I hope you'll take all that into consideration. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Lana Suit, I spoke previously. There's a couple of points that I think were misinterpreted, so I wanted to make sure that I corrected those. One of those had to do with the jobs. That's total jobs. The direct jobs that would be employed there would be about 3,400. And those jobs in our model were averaging $26 to $27 per hour. I think the calculation that the gentleman made, which was a great calculation, but he took the total of the 15-year ramp-up. So that was not 15 years of full operation, and that's why the salary that he mentioned, that was, I went back and did the math because I'm a math person too, and so that's where he got the number, but really the average that was used for those types of jobs would be somewhere between $26 and $27. So those were the 2 points of clarification that I wanted to make for the group.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak here today?
But you know that she's my wife. And there's one thing that hasn't been touched on. Nobody said how much the water taps cost, you know, and I don't have any idea. I knew what it was about 30 years ago, but they're probably a lot more now. And I mean, for the people that want water, I mean, they might take that into consideration too. I mean, we've got a well, but, and I mean, it's good water, it's not sulfur water. And that's all I'm going to say. I'll get off here.
My name is Stephanie Wilson, and my husband's horrified that I came up here to speak, but we voted and I lost. So my California is going to hang out for a minute. I moved here from California to get away from all the congestion, and I moved to Mount Juliet, and then Mount Juliet blew up, and then I moved to Lebanon. And Lebanon, you all made me a farmer, because when I bought the property with my husband, someone left the donkeys. They said they weren't taking donkeys. And then donkeys turned into chickens, and chickens turned into ducks, and now we have a whole little farm. And we live adjacent to Tucker's Crossroads. That's Miss Wendy does my hair, and she does a great job. And so this project seems like we're moving away from our Tennessee State Fair, focusing in agriculture. Now we're going to give away all of this agricultural land, and yet we're representing the entire state, teaching people how to farm and people how to have open space. And now Rutherford County's looking, they're developing. Mount Juliet is off the hook. And I'm sorry, I don't know any warehouse jobs that pay $26 to $27 an hour, and this is industrial warehouse space. My husband, the truck driver, delivers loads all day long and sits there and waits for hours and hours and hours because the warehouses aren't ready to either unload or load the truck. Where are all those 18-wheelers going to go? Where are they going to sit? And a lot of them, English is not their first language, no offense, but they're watching GPS and they get lost and they go down roads. Somebody else said when they drive down a road and they get stuck, now what? I don't see this as being valuable to Wilson County and what I thought Wilson County stood for when I moved here. I thought I was moving into the country, coming from where I came from. And my California neighbors hear me saddling chickens and things like that, and they love it. They come visit, and everybody wants to move here. We've had 15 families move here from California, all with the same vision. Small, agricultural. Let's be what Tennessee looks for in being the leader in agriculture. If we start this, to everybody else's point, there's going to be more. There's going to need to be a truck stop. There's going to need to be somewhere for these people to park and bobtail to and from. They're not going to go all the way down to Pilot. Pilot's already full. We have QT now. We have 3 truck stops in Lebanon alone. How are we going to be able to accommodate all of this? I just don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Well, good afternoon now at this point. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for this long meeting. My name is Michael Etzel. I am on the paper. I actually am a full-time real estate agent, and I had not planned to speak except for the last 10 days. I've had 8 different families call me saying, what in the world is going on? So I felt like I needed to be here as an agent to figure out what is this all about. Every one of them said that this was the most ridiculous thing to put a industrial park and to rezone this. And as planners, this is a hard decision for you to have to make. I just want the neighboring families to know that there are thousands and thousands of people that have voted this commission in they really just want to support that this is not what we need in Wilson County. And so going forth, we just need to follow a better plan because there's so many other people to support the neighbors. Yes, growth is coming. We will address that as it comes, but please vote no for this.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, just as a point of clarification to understand kind of where we are in the job recruitment standpoint, our most recently announced project, the Schneider Electric project, which is an advanced manufacturer that manufactures electronic components, their average starting wage for that project was 125% of current county median wage, and that sits right at $26 an hour plus benefits on an average job. In addition to that, I will note that project was located into a speculative warehouse that was built and already on the tax rolls, paying property taxes by the developer before the project was recruited to that. So just for clarification around where we are on the job, the wage price point in our business recruitment efforts and kind of where the market is and the types of projects that we're landing today. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Save the best for last here. Chris Dow, District 15. Yeah, and I want to apologize to you, Delane, for that comment that was said to you. You've been out there a whole lot longer than that, so you just didn't buy that house. Right. Well, I was born and raised in Tucker's Crossroad also. Over the years, there's a lot of growth. So, and I get passionate about it too because listening to these people and, the names that I'm fixing to give you, it just, I can go on and on and on about it or whatever. And I've had meetings with Paul Scott, the community twice, 3 times, phone calls, texts, emails, carrier pigeons. I've had it all, thrown my way. But we met, and none of them wanted. There's people in the back room back there that's full right now, And so I understand that it's at 840 and, all the other areas, and they had to come up here and do the same thing. But these are my neighbors. So, and that's why, like, I've talked to the mayor before, and he says, well, can you do it? And it was somebody that affected my neighborhood or whatever. And I was like, no, I can't. And I told you that because I get passionate about my group or whatever. So, and a lot of these people don't even know me. They don't. They call and they ask who I am. But you call me, so, but the thing about it is they all represent, they all live in Tucker's Crossroad. Back when, I guess, this all started or whatever, I thought that, this is going to be one of those things to where Paul and Scott, y'all bow out or whatever. So, but the thing about it is I have to give you credit and thank you because you was cordial about it and you went about it the right way. So, but I'm still here to try to support my community, as it may be. But, the thing about it, like Perry said, he talks about it. Perry gets passionate, but he gets passionate in another way. I've been dealing with Perry for a long time, and he gets passionate in another way, and he gets louder. Perry gets louder and louder as passionate that he gets or whatever. These people, 2 years, 3 years, California, Dakotas, Alabama, which they need to go home, but just all from all over, and some of them hadn't been there very long. But what I'm going to tell you, and this list is the cornerstones of Tucker's Crossroads, and this is where it comes in. Every time I look at those names, it really drives a stake in me. That's the root of where I come from. So start off, Jabo Dow. That's my daddy. We lived out in Tucker's Crossroad, and born and raised. Harlan Poston, Ken Neal, Willie Gray, Glenn Harlan, C.B. Poston, William Poston, Joe Winfrey, he used to work here, Joe Winfrey, Billy McDaniel Sr., William Helton, Newell Jenkins, Givy C., Harold Ingram, I don't know where Perry left, I guess. So Jack Goodall, Ernest Wilson, Kimmel Hackett, Mr. Gordon Bone, Carl Scruggs, Judy Pratt, back here in the back, John Freeman, I don't know where Delane went. So there's cornerstones that drove at stake in our community, and I'm not going to let it go. You know, and they asked me, and I've met with them, and they asked me, went out to eat with them, and it was good. You know, it was a good meeting, had a good meeting, but they'd ask me, and I'd tell them, whatever my people say, they the one put me in. That's just the way you got to be. Now, do I agree with everything that's been said? No, but they put me in, and so I stand with them. Terry Scruggs, you know, me and him's had meetings, and some of them was good, and some of them wasn't so good. So, but Terry was trying to plead his case, and once again, you know, Nancy, I think she left, didn't she? She left. She's outside. Okay, but I've talked to her, and you know, she gave me a good chewing too. So, but the thing about it is, what we've done with, and I don't know how it could be fixed in the future, but what we've done is the interstate has come through in the early 60s and split land. So now you got family on this side and family on this side, which it happens all over the state of Tennessee, I'm sure. But I hope we can mend these fences, because there's a lot of comments that I heard, you know, over the course of this industrial park or whatever, and that's what it'll do. It'll drive a wedge. So for everybody in Tucker's Crossroad, I'm hoping that we all pull back together. Yay or nay, we pull back together and come back to be one. I mean, can we all agree on that? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Together, figure out how we can get the water out there. Out here, we should be able to do that as a county.
Out of order.
I promise I'll be brief. I am Lynn Williams. I am on Big Springs Road, next to Carthage Highway. And I would speak to the quality of life issues of the land development. On any given day, air brakes are multiple times an hour. From the stop sign at Carthage Highway toward Interstate is a drag strip. And we have this much shoulder of the road, this much. It's not safe. Even for people pulling out of their driveway, it's not safe. And especially on the days that Interstate's closed. Now, I realize, you know, this is the quick way to get from Carthage or Trousdale or any place north or east and some way to get to Interstate, but we need to be safe. And then I would talk about the genetically modified meat and vegetables and fruits that we will be getting if we lose our agricultural land. Now, how many of you want to eat a lab-grown steak? Not me. If we lose our agricultural space, that's what we're going to be doing for the rest of our lives. And I know this project is, 15 to 20 years to completion. This is what we're going to be dealing with in our little lovely community. I moved from Huntsville, Alabama. I know what an ugly little town it can be, and we're fast getting that way if we lose our agricultural. So I implore you to vote no.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Terry Scruggs, District 7. I've had phone calls after phone calls. People don't want it, people do want it. It's a hard decision you got to make, but, you know, I'm here for the people. When I say that, I'm here for the people that need water, and I'm also here for the people that needs whatever they need in their neighborhoods. So today, I guess my decision, I'm going to say
I'm gonna have to be with the ones that's wanting water, because I've been a commissioner 16 years. It took 6 years to get water on one road. I finally got it. And by the way, that somebody questioned a while ago about that water tap. It's $2,600 a tap. So just to let you know, I mean, like I say, I've got to go with the people that need water. That was what I was put in my seat to help get, along with other things. So thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak here today? No, sir, please don't. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Seeing none, we will close the public comment section.
Sign up to just say something briefly, nobody's touched on it.
I've closed the public comment section, ma'am. I'm sorry. We call for folks. I would ask the board if they had any questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
new guy here, you know I'm going to have questions, but I would ask that we take a recess, 5 minutes, because I've got a lot of comments and questions. If you don't want that, I'll go right into it.
We are 2 hours and 40 minutes in. I'm sorry. Okay. We will take a 5-minute recess, but we are going to come back in 5 minutes.
We might not. 5 minutes.
If we could get back in our seats and we'll get started again, please.
Franklin Road when I was a kid.
You?
I can name you every.
Another notepad. Someone wants to send me one. I like the engineering pad. Well, I'm consulting all over creation. Luckily, not overseas anymore.
All on the
But have you retired from
a little at a time.
If we could, everybody take their seat again, please. We're going to try to move forward. Thank you.
Anybody want lunch? I have a protein bar I can share.
We'll call the meeting back into order. We're at the point in time where our commissioners get to make comments or ask questions. And Mr. Renfro, you've asked for an opportunity to speak, sir.
For the next 50 years, I'll probably be the new guy, so that's how they refer to me. Got a lot of experience otherwise, but serving on this board is not a way to make friends and influence people. Or any money. Yeah, so I see good people in this room, and I'm talking to both sides. I see people I've worked with, people that I care for, attorneys alike, and most of the time I don't really like attorneys, but they're good guys, and they stand for what they believe in. So I've got some points, and I've 11 pages of notes, so please forgive me, but I cannot address what you've presented without responding to each comment as best I can. I'm also a mathematician, so I'm going to address a few points. 200 feet is not a football field. 70 feet is not a football field. And lights go a lot farther than that. Just a front-up comment, okay? My opinion and the resulting vote, I can speak for me, and I think most of these commissioners, is going to be based on testimony presented under oath here today. Not hearsay, not a newspaper article, not this, not that. Chris mentioned all his phone calls and all his texts and all that. No bearing. What was said here today makes up the decision. So you've got to be informed. Now, did I drive the property? Absolutely. I didn't drive on any of y'all's land. I'm not allowed to do that. But I drove it. Went out and looked at it. Stopped. Got out on that little bitty shoulder y'all were talking about. Looked at what was going on. So well informed. Okay. Got a little history I got to talk to about too, or you can't address this whole thing. TVA came in and they sequestered all the land down the river. But it's a utility, and it was done for the good of Tennessee. And I'm going to tell you this as an electrical engineer that traveled this world. This is the best utility in the nation. Compare it to Duke, compare it to California, for goodness sake, and let me speak to Edmonton in Canada. You will pay premium just for your house. So TVA did the right thing, but that's hindsight, because there were people that didn't want to give up the land. Okay? Those are good decisions for the utility. So we are under the umbrella, and I'm not speaking for all, but I'm speaking for what I've been told by Tom's office. There's laws that are developed by commissioners and your vote that we're restricted by. We cannot tell a homeowner to sell their land or not. Can't tell you what to do with it. As long as it's zoned properly and it's, I know it's gonna make some people mad, as long as it's zoned properly or land use, okay? Now, you guys think I'm going one way, but you'll be surprised here in a minute, okay? This is like taking a property like Carroll Bend, where people are living, just like you guys are, and plopping down warehouses right in the middle of Carroll Bend Road. I mean, it's same people living, they have their homes, they got their lives, their dreams, their ambitions, okay? So what's the difference? You're adjacent to an interstate. It's 1960 made the difference there, not yours. Those that have been there 50, 60, 3 generations of family, okay? One of the things that I've seen in Wilson County is as this, serving on this board, and by the way, we're not elected, we get commissioned into it. I don't know how, but it's painful. And all of a sudden, we got to make decisions that people throw tomatoes at you after a while, and others want to shake your hand. So it's a hard dude, okay? Building at all costs is not the way to go. And that philosophy is all around us. Smyrna, downtown Memphis, all the places. Been there, okay? There are 200 owners that made a statement that they want their college in retirement. So I say this rhetorically, what about your college kids in retirement? Okay? You got to look at both sides. I know these people want their investment, and they bought the land straight out. You can't stop them from doing it. Okay? So what is our mutually exclusive design here? Land use. It's been stated. I'll repeat it. Okay? It was also stated, and you guys disagreed, some of you, I don't know who all was it, that we need water. Well, I think we need to go to the city, county, and the people that can make that happen, your commissioners, and get that developed. Don't let that be the carrot that drags you into something that maybe you don't, please, okay? Mutually exclusive needs, okay? This is land use we're talking about here. As my vote, my commission, what I need to look at with all the facts, both from a good group of folks to another good group of folks, okay? That's page 1. Okay. On page 2, I had the sewer step system was a concern for me about the runoff because it's designed. But I know this engineering group, they do a really good job for this, okay? Do I doubt they could do it? No. I think they could do it right working with the properties. So I don't know that that can hold up. I know this group, and I know their engineering. From engineer to engineer, these guys are good. So I think they would address your needs there that were spoken, okay? The 400-foot buffer sound abatement is one of the things that I don't think was ever tabled. People talked about it briefly. Sound travels, light travels. I like a dark house when I lay down. This is Gary, okay? All you have to do is travel to these warehouses that are in use, not the ones that are turned off, and you'll see what they present within that limit, okay? We've already talked about the 200-foot right-of-way. We talked about taxes, okay? I didn't see the second category for the neighbors and the local farmers, okay? The current tax base we talked about. Well, I have an example for that I actually experienced. 13 years, 14 years at Toshiba. One of the things the Japanese negotiated when they came in was no taxes, very little. And when they decided that they had to pay taxes, this county, guess what they did? Toshiba's no longer here. I lived that. I even told my boss, the vice president, who I work for, let's go overseas. Tell them how good we make product. I call us Toshibites. Love the people. They're my family. But it's been gone a long time. If you get the taxes set up front, you'll get them. But then we started talking about apples to oranges. They showed you a value. We all looked at it, $27,000, $30,000, whatever it ended up being, for current use. Need to compare that to what you would get with a housing development, which has already been earmarked to this development, not farm to, because guess what, guys? We can't decide if somebody's going to develop it. It's already been stated, and we agree with that. They own the land. You sold it. Whoever owned it sold it. Be like me selling my land. You don't tell me what to do with it. I'm not going to tell you what to do with it. So if they buy it and all of a sudden they can convince groups and bodies like this, it can be changed. So there's no control here that you think this body has got to tell a person that owns that what to do. But we had a comparison that the math didn't add up. Okay? I want to see what it would be a tax base with the houses versus the property, not the farmland. Okay? Again, questions for Gary as a board member. We talk about the water. I'm going to state on that again. You live there, you're third generation, you want water. I agree with you 100%. The problem is that you could have moved, or you could have dug deeper wells. You could, whatever you want to do is your call. But you also, as a freedom-loving American in this United States, said, I don't like it because I don't have water. Go to your commissioners. Get that water put in. Ask for it. Don't let it tie itself to something maybe you don't agree with, because they're mutually exclusive points, okay? Mr. Mills made a notes about no property owner, no water within the warehouses. Development will expand or will affect the quality of life. I heard quality of life, quality of life, quality of life many times, okay? Observation. I moved here 30 plus years ago. What attracted me here? It wasn't warehouses. Wasn't the downtown square, although I like the square. I love Lebanon for the Wilson County that it was. I love Lebanon as a city till recent traffic problems. So what do people see, and you can speak to the Californians and the other people moving here, that attracted them to this region? Okay? People are talking about, let's make big salaries, let's do this, let's attract that. Well, let me tell you something about a different industry. If I were a chip manufacturer here, my building would not have outside lights that would bother your farms. But a trucking, backing up trucks 24/7, could be. Observations, okay? Mr. Mason came to the front here and he said, the property will develop regardless. Well, that's a true statement. No matter what happens, unless you guys get together and put $50 in, because there's probably enough of you to do it, to buy this property, because you're here, you're in the building, you're downstairs, everywhere. I had to walk through and wade my way in here. That's about the only way you're going to control that in absolute fashion if you owned it. True statement. So, will it be developed? I agree with Mr. Mason. It is, because it's a property owned by folks that are sitting here today. All right? They have aspirations and desires just like you. Okay? Page 7. I'm getting there. Okay? Many of you spoke for. Most of you spoke against. I'll state again, we can only do what is within the law, the zoning, and property owner rights. This board. We're not elected officials. These guys are the ones that make those decisions for you. They're not all here, but the commissioners. Okay? What we got to look at is what Tom and his design has laid out and approved by the community, you guys, that says, I like this land use. So back in 2006, that doesn't mean it's bad just because it's old. Otherwise, all of us need to get off of here because we're old folks. It's not about age. It's about what was the intent at the time and what were they looking at. Currently, that land use doesn't have this in its place. Okay? That's what we got to look at. We already talked about Toshiba and what they did on the taxes. We talked about great soils. At some point, you're right. There is no rock out there. I've been out there with some friends, and it's a good place, okay? I happen to have a good lot myself, but I'm south, and I had like 10 rocks, so I was happy with that, but they were big boulders, big as that bench right there, but I got them out there. But you guys got some good soil. What are you going to do when that doesn't present itself and it's overlaid? Now, bear in mind that a development of housing is going to have impervious soils as well. So again, I need you to do the apples to apples comparisons. So at some point, somebody needs to lay out what it's going to take, where their roads are connecting driveways and the houses compared to this lot, these lands, okay? My guess is it's going to be a little more here. I don't have that math, so I won't speak to it. But don't be misinterpreting what you've seen here to say, look at all that. But you also got to look at, what if they do decide to go with the zoning as it is? Impervious food is going to be on the ground right there, impervious land. Just like this. How much? We don't know yet. Haven't seen the plot. Keep that in mind, okay? All right. Chris Dow got up here. I've known Chris for a long, long time. He's a man I respect, as I respect Hal Bone, as I respect Jack, as I respect you, because I love land, love farms. I say hi to cattle too, whoever the lady was. You know, we probably got kinfolk in the background 1,000 years ago. I don't know. You got to look at what attracts you to this county. And I'm not talking Tuckers, because there's sadness everywhere. And I've been around, page 11, I'm there, and looked at these open warehouses. If a company wants to move in, use one as you just don't want to pay the rent because you don't own it. Well, it's an economic thing. I'm coming back to where we can make a decision, this board, land use. Now, I know I'll probably be countered here in a little bit, so you got to sit for a little bit longer. But I'm telling you that we have limits of what we can decide and can't. But right now, the land use says what it says, and that's it. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting me wax eloquently.
Thank you. Mr. Wood, you wanted to speak, sir?
You got to respect the land.
I do.
Yes. My buddy over there, I can't follow him too good. But all I want to say, the man that got up and said something about the land use, that's what we're here for. But since this other water, the road was brought in here, if I'm not mistaken, the main way in is Bluebird Road, right? Nobody said anything about widen it. No, you can't probably, but it's a lot of kids on Bluebird Road. And you talk to Mary talking about the truck driver, the big trucks. It's going to be a disaster on Bluebird Road. I got kin people up there, but it's not just my people, your people. But I think somebody should talk about that. I think it's 3 people said something about the road. I've been where most of those people been. I'm from the country, born and raised in La Garda. Same thing about their water, the roads. Sheriff Terry Ash know where I come from. I don't know many people here, but you don't have to. You have to look at people like you want them to look at you and treat people like you want to be treated. But I feel for everybody, but you got a right to want to do what you want to do, and you all got a right for them not to want to do it. That's everybody's right. That's all I got to say. I don't know if I'm going to get to vote on it. I got a doctor's appointment in Mount Juliet at 1:30. And if you miss your doctor's appointment, you got 2 months maybe to see him. Well, my insurance is going to pay for the reason I'm going. But that's all I want to say.
Mr. Chairman, we'll get time.
Mr. Ash.
Okay.
I want to say something first. How respectful all of y'all have been, both sides. It's,
Agreed.
Amen.
Having been a sheriff and separated a lot of people, it could happen pretty quick. But
we've seen wars up here.
Yeah, and
just for clarification, I have met with these folks and certainly know Hal personally, and couldn't be a better builder. But the way that y'all have handled this is extraordinary. I do want to kind of let y'all know that we met up here 2.5 months ago with GNRC workshop. We talked about all this. Excuse me, my asthma's acted up a little bit. And we broke out in 5 working groups. And it's getting kind of late. I think it's kind of a cold night, but as we all got back together and the folks from Nashville went through our information, the number one thing that showed up out of the 5 working groups, priority-wise, and I'll be honest with you, I can't remember the next 4, but I remember the first one, preservation of the property. That was, as we broke up in a group. And having met these folks here, if we was going to have a developer, I'd say they'd probably be the people you probably want to deal with. But the other thing that come out of that concerned me. It said in the next 15 years, we were going to lose 20% of our agricultural land. And, Mr. Chairman, I think I would say this, if we keep going at bites like this, it won't be for 5 years instead of 15 years. And I'll just, for clarity, I know just about everybody in here, not everybody. Some of you probably had to deal with me in areas you didn't want to deal with me in, but I was born and raised in Crossroads. But I really am from Salisbury and Buckeye Corner. Probably don't ring too well with most of y'all. And I was saved in that Southern Baptist church out there and baptized in that creek. And that might not have stuck, but we are missing a valuable link here. If it wasn't for folks like Chris Looper sitting back here, who comes to every meeting and educates himself on every water authority, we'd be shortchanged. And I want to thank Chris for being here. But this is a Wilson County Water Authority issue because Nancy, where'd she go?
Announce it.
I slept when I lost my parents. I slept in the Skeens house, the Poston's houses, the Grandstaff's houses, the Neal's houses, the Swindle houses, and the Bates houses, because my brother and I needed a place to stay. And yes, this is a little personal to me, but I'm worried about that creek. I'm worried that we hadn't talked to the Corps properly about it. It's just got to have a thunderstorm or just a lightning in the cloud and that thing gets out of bank somewhere. I'm worried about the runoff. I liked Hal's part about what he was talking about building in there. And I think there needs to be something there someday that mirrors this. But traffic is something I know something about, guys. I just left the state of Tennessee, and I was over the Highway Patrol and Homeland Security, okay? 840 and the traffic's out there. I was out there the other day with another commissioner. There was a wreck on the interstate, and I was trying to show them just what happens. That little narrow part of Bluebird Road concerns me more than anything. It's only about 12, 15 foot wide. And as I turned around and came back, I was meeting tractor trailers and cars. So I don't know how we fix that. But really, the only thing that's here today, we talked about taxes and all that stuff. The only thing that's really before us today is, does this meet our current land use plan? And how do we go forward? I think Chris Stiles said it best. We go forward working together, no matter what the end result would be. But I'd be shortchanging everybody in here if we didn't try to help these folks get their water. So I think what we got here is a bunch of neighbors who maybe disagree, and it's all about what? Water. And it's 2024. There's no reason in the world why the Grandstaffs have to do without water. And I don't think the development is probably the answer to this. It means it's a community effort. You all come together and work together and help them get their water. So I'm not going to tell you how I'm going to vote. I think you can hear in my voice that there's a lot of things unanswered here from me. And but I am so proud to be a Wilson Countyan. and watched how each and every one of you have reacted today with respect. And that's what I expect to see out of Wilson County, is respect for one another. So I said all I want to say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Any other questions from our board or comments? Yes, sir, Mr. Jewell.
Let me say a couple of things, and I'll shut up. I have walked that property in brush fires several times. I know a lot of stumps, rocks, and places to fall down on that property. So you were talking about being out there on the property. And ex-WEMA Director McFarland and Fire Chief over here all are been at one time or another familiar with that property out there. There's so much you could like to say about this. I think the first thing that I want to say, and then I want to make some comments, I really feel like, Mr. Chairman, we need to defer this. And I know everybody rolls his eyes when we say this, but everybody's talked about several things we don't have certain information on. Now, if it's as important as it seems that it is, then I prefer to know everything. I want to see that traffic count. I want to know if there's anything in the flood situation that we need to know about. This is a difficult process to follow. We got here because the federal government built an interstate through this county. They built I-65, I-40, I-75, and 840. And guess what county is tied to every single one of those by an interstate? Who are we? We talked about the quality of that land out there. Developers see that for the same reason the farmer sees that. What makes good farmland sometimes makes pretty good construction property. All of that is in Wilson County. We are a dead bullseye for distribution for this nation. In my opinion, this is one of the parent company is a very reputable firm that knows their business. They know more about the economics, the distribution, and the quality of our land here than you as a farmer. They know exactly what can happen here. They know what's going to happen here, provided we don't have some apocalyptic political disaster in this, God help us, country. But I can tell you that's what we're dealing with. We're all caught in that vortex of being that high a quality place. And so when we start looking at these situations, we have to make sure we don't throw the baby out with the dishwater. We gotta be darn careful we don't do something short-sighted. My thinking for us here is I think of greater good. Greater good. What does that mean? Sure, it means the farmer, but it means somebody in the east, the south, the east, and west of this county. Greater good, long term. Not 5 years, not 10 years, but decisions we are going to be making in this county about development is going to affect this county for the next 25 or 50 years. And those decisions are going to be made here in the next 1 to 2 years. The growth plan, great in '06, not worth a flip right now. It doesn't make it. The decisions I've made over here the last couple of years about development on 840 go diametrically opposed to that plan. But the plan also says it's not law. It's highly recommended policy. Am I correct on that, Tom? And that means we have the ability, if we feel like a decision in opposition of that plan is merited, we got to do it. And that means, what's wrong with that guy? He's crazy as hell. He's going against his own policy. You got to realize, not everything is in stone. Things vary. Things change. If any county has changed in the last 10 years, I don't know one anywhere near us, maybe Rutherford, that has changed as much as this county is changed. And that's what we're dealing with here. And if, in my opinion, if there are no, I'd like to make a motion that we defer for 30 days, Mr. Chairman. If you would.
No. Mr. Chairman, I still have a comment.
I would. You still have more comments?
Okay, I'll withdraw. It's great to sit over here next to John.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Any other question, any other
Couple of points that were made. First of all, the land use plan is not a dynamic document. We made it because it helps people plan. When you move in here, one of the things I checked, what's next to me, what's that land use plan, and what is it zoned? So for me to sit up here and say that I agree with that, I can't. Because if you look at it and say, I made plans for my life, that land use plan. So the question comes back to, what is the current land use plan? Until it gets changed, and we're voting on that, you're going to be a part of it. They're going to ask you to come and view this land use plan presentation. They're going to open it to the public. You got your time. But right now, it's not a document that you can just dismiss. So I disagree, Mr. Chairman, about deferral.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, sir, Mr. Thompson. Yes, sir.
According to the land use plan, which we have made changes occasionally, however, the impact here is tremendous for everybody in Wilson County. But we spent a lot of hours and with professional help in designing a new or revising a new land use plan. That land use plan, as Mr. Renfro said, you all can look at and decide on. And that's coming up soon. That's coming up this fall. I would really like to see what's in the new land use plan.
Me too.
Before. Oh, sorry. We have worked many hours on a new land use plan with professional help. And this project isn't covered under this current land use plan. I don't know whether it'll be in the next one or not, but I would certainly like to see the next one, and it's coming up. We will have it this fall, correct?
Time frame on that, Tom?
The draft is scheduled to be sometime this fall to winter, yes. While we're on the subject, and since I have a captive audience, I will tell you that you still have an opportunity. We've had our initial public comment period sometime, I think, in early 2022. You still have the ability to weigh in on that by going to wilsoncountyplanning.com or going to wilsoncountytn.gov and going to the planning office department and going under the planning resources tab. At the very bottom of that planning resources tab list is future land use presentation. That will give you an idea of what was presented at the initial public input meetings, as well as the stakeholders meeting that was mentioned by one of the commissioners a minute ago, planning commissioners a minute ago. It'll give you an idea of some of the statistics that we were presented with by the consultants. But at the very end of it, there's a QR code and/or a link that you can click on for a survey. That survey is still open and active, and you can provide input for the benefit of all of us and the consultants to take in and digest in the preparation of that plan.
So,
But that's for the future land use plan.
So, Tom, on this particular project, was the Corps of Engineers consulted in the creeks and all this stuff?
I do not have information about that. I do want to make one other comment. There's been a lot of comment about traffic study. There's been comments about lights. There's been comments about drainage, things like that. Corps of Engineers, I think, would fall in that category. Some of that would probably be covered in the rezoning segment of our hearings, but so there may be some additional information that you're going to want to hang on to here in the rezoning request, regardless of what decision you make on the land use plan. Joe Haddix with the developer was kind of fidgeting as if he had an answer about the Corps of Engineers, if you wish to hear from him.
Yes, sir, please. Yes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. Joe Haddix again. So a couple things. Corps of Engineers, obviously we have some map FEMA floodplain on the site, right, which comes with regulatory requirements. We talk monthly about what the county stormwater requirement is, 25-year event for detention water quality, right? One of this developer's commitments is to detain on site through the 100-year event, right, to help what we heard about the downstream drainage, try to mitigate any flooding risk or increase flooding risk on an already FEMA map stream, right? That's in the plan. We've heard some about light pollution, right? What our developer is committing to is limiting the light pole height, so you don't see the high mast lighting. You see 35-foot height on the building or in the parking lot, which is probably standard throughout the city, but not what you've seen kind of down the 840 corridor, right? To, again, prevent that light spillage out across the property lines. If we want, when I'm done, I may ask Mr. Luber back there to address any comments regarding a step system, but I think y'all have heard it before. Chris said it's basically, it's drinkable once it's treated. I'm sure that's what he would reiterate when he comes back up before you. We've heard some about traffic study and road widening. And again, maybe my apologies for not getting real technical at the start of the meeting, but Bluebird Road does need to be widened. I mean, there's no denying that. So the commitment is from the entrance and across the frontage all the way back to the interchange, 3-lane road section. I mean, it's their project that warrants it. It's an existing condition. They're going to fix it, right? That brings the traffic from the interchange directly to the project, right? What we've seen at other interchanges through the county is you're driving through the warehouses to get to the residential or commercial development, right? Here we have the opportunity to preserve what's there and really set aside a master plan development of approximately 1,400 acres, so you're not dealing with every month I'm before you asking for another rezone or a site plan. You're seeing it all at one time, which I feel is, and there's been much discussion about the land use plan. Time to time it gets amended. I mean, you all, I'm sure, follow City of Lebanon, City of Mount Juliet. I mean, constantly, monthly, their plans are being amended. So I think it's a great thing. It's a great discussion for the county. One other thing you've heard with Mr. Bone partnering here, you're immediately getting a community need filled that I believe was a need down at, the Couchville Pike, Stewart's Ferry for years, trying to get a convenience store there. And you saw what happened. All that warehouse had to be built before it was there. Here you're hearing it's coming, and a partnership is formed day one. So I think that's another benefit to the community. Now, what you did hear before was an agreement about a traffic study, phase one, and we look at the next building. Now, what Scott didn't mention is there's a study for the whole park. What Scott's referencing is we do that now, and then as a year from now, when we bring in the first set of site plans, we're updating that study to look at, okay, what else has changed? Has anything else changed? We look at first two buildings plus another building. And then as those get built and we start gathering historical data, we come back and we update the study again. That way we're continuously looking at the traffic, right? Because as estimated, if it's a 10-year build out, my traffic engineer is not going to say this needs to be done and you're good for 10 years, right? I don't want to say that. So it gives us the opportunity to continuously monitor and maybe add improvements that could be warranted. So these are all commitments that are outlined on the plan. They'll be of record. Tom's absolutely right that these are probably more on the rezoning side, but feel pertinent to the land use discussion, as I don't feel like you can make an informed decision on the land use without knowing what's being proposed with the rezoning and what you're guaranteed to get. Again, with the C4, it's the master plan community, right? There's uses that have been removed, building coverage has been reduced, impervious surface area, which is not a county requirement, but we've committed to a lower level than what you would see in other municipalities. And again, you get the height requirement, the light requirement that is above and beyond the current county, and all the buffers, right? You've heard about Area D being developed from one of the community members, right? So I think overall, and I'll counter what one of the gentlemen said about you develop a plan and then you come back and tell y'all how you're above and beyond. Not with this group. From day one, it has been community focused and how do we benefit it? And you can see that with the buffer. So,
Public hearing.
Thank you.
thank you.
Any other comments or questions from our board? If not, I will call for a motion.
I move, sir, that this land use plan does not meet with this, keeping with the land use plan request pursuant to staff recommendations, and it should be denied.
We have a motion to deny based on land use direction from Mr. Renfro. Do we have a second?
Second it.
We have a second from Mr. Noakes. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
No.
No.
That motion will carry by a 10-1 with Mr. Jewell voting no. I'm sorry, you voted no? I'm sorry, 9-2.
You got
No
one
staff
after,
recommendations.
Eugene.
Yep.
Yeah,
Woody's gone.
He left.
He's at the doctor.
We started with 11. That motion, the motion to deny will pass by a motion of 8-2, and Mr. Jewell and Ms. Weathers voting no. Thank you.
We got more to do here.
Tom, the next item on our agenda is runs in conjunction with this one, the
Yes, sir.
actual rezoning.
Yes, sir.
The data, I think, unless Mr. Haddix has something else, I think we have what we need to look at for that, unless y'all have something else.
I'll proceed with my
You'll make
comments,
it-
and if you have questions,
We're going to take the time it takes.
yeah, I'll proceed with my comments, and if you have questions of the applicants, you can ask them.
Okay.
The applicant, Joe Haddix, representing Hillwood Development, is seeking to rezone property from A1 agricultural district zoning to C4 planned commercial zoning and A1 zoning with a planned unit development overlay with a PUD, A1 PUD is how it would show up on the zoning. The property is currently owned by NWC Investment and is referenced as Wilson County Property Map 89, Parcel 4, and Property Map 89, Parcels 14 and 16. The property contains approximately 1,381.98 acres. The county land use plan has provided direction since 2006 to allow up to high-intensity residential development in this portion of the county. Some of this is repetitive, I apologize. Such density or intensity realization would still be subject to rezoning and related findings that such infrastructure required to support such density and intensity of land development was in place. At present, the property is zoned A1. By staff estimates, it would allow approximately 700 single-family homes at present. We have had a rezoning that expired on the property that did allow as many as, I think, 3,200 units that was adopted in 2006, but that zoning has expired. The applicant has requested that the 2006 adopted land use plan be amended in relation to the parcel to permit a land use mix of warehousing distribution via commercial area. The submitted master plan packet further details that the commercial growth areas land use listing will be exercised for areas A, which, can we go back to the master plan? Area A, which they've spoken of, which is their predominant warehouse development, and Area B, on their submittal master plan. It is their hope that by doing so, they may market Area A of their proposed master plan, 960 acres, for offices, data centers, commercial sales, light manufacturing and assembly, distribution centers, utilities and/or governmental uses, manufacturing and assembly of previously prepared material, music production, warehousing, wholesaling of goods, and farming. They hope to market Area B, which is up in this vicinity, the top northwest corner of the property, holdings containing approximately 70.69 acres to permit retail sales mix of developments such as car washes, farm implement sales, furniture and/or appliance stores, gas stations, grocery stores, hardware stores, landscape and garden centers, inclusive of greenhouses or nurseries, restaurants, and other retail businesses which provide a wide variety of goods and services for sale to the general public and distributors of goods, veterinary clinics, daycares, and self-storage facilities. The applicant has also called for Area C, consisting of which is right here, consisting of approximately 87.38 acres, and Area D consisting of approximately 264.96 acres, to be amended to a protected rural preservation area designation, with Area C being set aside for agricultural and utility uses. You've heard mention about the step system. It's projected in concept that the step system may take up a portion of this property, as I understand it. Hatcheries, caretakers' residencies, and specifically prohibiting warehouse development. So that area would be specifically prohibiting warehouse development. The applicant is requesting land use direction for Area D consisting of 264 acres to be protected rural preservation area designation in hopes of establishing through zoning an area for a permanent conservation easement where no development beyond current agricultural or forestry uses would be allowed. And they're talking about this area that's down around Roten Road on the south and Bell Road, I believe it is, on the east. The decision on whether to amend the land use plan to be more consistent with this rezoning request will have been made prior to this consideration, likely as an earlier agenda item during this meeting. The requested uses are largely identical to what was outlined above for uses the applicant wishes to market the property for. However, given the current land use direction in place at the time of this review, which is the land use plan that we have from 2006 as amended in 2021, the rezoning request before you would not comply with the current land use direction except for some portions of Area B, that top northwest corner, where there is a little bit of direction for retail commercial center development per the currently adopted land use plan of 2006, which was revised to include established zoned areas in 2021. In this instance, staff has concerns about adequate infrastructure in the area. The current public road network becomes increasingly rural the further you travel along the periphery of this property, away from Linwood Road and I-40 interchange. Staff has requested a traffic study from the developer, which we are not in possession of at present, as it has not yet been submitted. However, the applicant's proposed master plan, let me back up. On that point, they have informed me that they are in the process of working on a traffic plan and had hoped to have it prior to any county commission vote, which will be the final word on land use amendment and rezoning if they choose to proceed. However, the applicant's proposed master plan and submittal letter covers or commits to deed restrictions that prohibit direct access to the property from Roten Road and Bell Road, limits access to Bobo Road by limiting access to no truck traffic, and further limiting truck access to Bluebird Road. Our latest revision of this also shows a rerouting of Bluebird Road, as I recall, to push the commercial development to the north side, in concept, to the north side of the newly aligned Bluebird Road right there, and directing traffic from the interchange more directly to their entrances for truck traffic, with more orthodox intersections to Linwood Road or Bluebird Road going west, and Linwood Road and Bobo Road going south. They do, as they've stated, widen Bluebird Road to 3 lanes to their entrance, which is approximately right here, and taper it back down to the normal road section of Bluebird that you see today going east. Staff also has concerns about water supply and fire protection for development of this magnitude. Staff will note that the applicant makes a commitment to extend public water lines along Bluebird Road, Linwood Road, and Bobo Road that would assist in water provision both to this development and those in the surrounding area, and may also assist in adding additional water capacity and pressure to the area in the event of a fire. A potential water line extension document has been submitted by the applicants, and you saw that in the land use plan proposal. Staff will note that the existence of regulatory floodplain areas and other additional drainage features across the extensive property holding do exist. The applicant submitted the required preliminary analysis of the property and has indicated no additional findings at present. However, more detailed analysis would most certainly occur at as this property develops, whether by this rezoning proposal or a different future zoning proposal or by current zoning. The applicant in this case has committed to exceeding the county's current standard of detaining for the 2 through 25-year storm for their drainage and detention design, which we currently require with safe passage of the 100-year storm event. In lieu of that, they're proposing to detain through the 100-year storm event with all approved site plan and subdivision development that may affect the property. It is also of note that the applicants have committed to a maximum impervious surface ratio of 75% for the overall development, building coverage of no more than 35% of land area as opposed to the 50% ratio that's currently permitted under C4 zoning. They've committed to a 40-foot landscape buffer around the perimeter of the property, with the buffer being increased to 200 feet along the southern boundary of Area B, which is right up here. You may recall them speaking about that in the land use plan presentation. All these commitments would assist in the protection of nearby properties from drainage concerns should the property be rezoned and developed. Furthermore, the applicant has committed by master plan to stay outside of regulatory floodplain with development beyond one road connection proposed between areas A and B, and you can barely see that road. I believe it's right here. The applicants have committed to a maximum of 35-foot lighting height for all site lighting and light poles and wall packs, with directional shielding downward to limit light encroachment at property lines to no more than 1 foot candle. The applicants are also requesting a 60-foot height maximum for building height within the area of Area A specifically. So they're wanting to be allowed to build buildings as high as 60 foot here in this Area A area. Everywhere else, they're proposing to maintain the current 35-foot height standard for buildings that are permitted in our commercial zone districts. The applicants, let's see, they're also requesting a parking ratio with this master plan of 1 parking space per 2,500 square feet of floor area for warehousing and distribution uses. All other parking ratios will be in keeping with the zoning ordinance for the specific proposed use. I'm ramping up here. The applicant has not addressed the existing TVA easements, which may affect how the property is ultimately developed. And when I say that, I mean in the master plan they submitted. They did speak to it today in the presentation. And it would be of interest to know how power would be supplied to a proposal such as this one at this location. And what we were getting at there is, are there going to be other power? There's an easement there, but I'm going to say it's an unpowered easement right now. The TVA lines and easements that were established there, it's my understanding, were put there in relation to the now defunct Hartsville nuclear plant project, and so there are no charged power lines running across those easements at present. So we just had a question about where are you going to get your power, and is it going to require additional substation and transport lines to get to it, and how will that impact the area? In discussions with the county staff, the developer has agreed to modify the rezoning request from C4 across the entirety of the property, which is what they initially submitted, to only requesting C4 zoning on the areas designated Area A and B, this is Area A, this is Area B. And instead, they have agreed to request the areas called out for more agricultural and rural preservation intent, Area C and Area D, as A1 agricultural zone with a planned unit development overlay. We felt as staff that this more effectively indicated the intent of the applicant to preserve these areas by zoning for agricultural and or non-commercial uses outside of agriculture. In the case of Area C, the allowable uses proposed to be listed under a permanent protected area that allows agricultural utility uses, hatcheries, and caretakers' residencies, with a strict prohibition against warehousing in that particular area. And again, Area C is here. Area D is listed as a permanent protected area, conservation easement with no development allowed. Now, I wanted a little bit of elaboration on that. I think probably they would allow forestry and things like that to occur periodically as needed for the health of the hillside, but I mean, that's just me thinking out loud, and thus access for those purposes. But in terms of having access directly to the larger commercial development, they're proposing not to have access from Bell Road or that side of the development. Finally, staff has made copies of the rezoning request available to emergency services and have been given no significant feedback regarding the rezoning, although I do think the fire marshal is here. Staff will note that the proposed rezoning falls within the limits of the Carthage Highway WEMA Station's 5-mile ISO response area for fire and emergency services. The county stormwater department has requested that the applicant, planning commission, and other interested parties be put on notice that the presence of sinkholes, caves, wetlands, and streams in land areas that are extremely flat, marshy, or steep may affect further development of these tracts. And as an additional point of information, and I may lean on some of the agricultural interest in the room to help us with this if this is incorrect, according to the information we have in the office, this rezoning does not appear to be in close or immediate proximity to any Century Farms based on the information that we have in the Wilson County Planning Department at present. Our map is relatively dated, and we've had trouble getting a new map showing newly designated Century Farms. But according to the information we've got, we do not have a Century Farm in or around this particular vicinity. According to and that's according to the documentation we have in the office. With all the above stated, the current land use plan as of the drafting of these comments is not in keeping with this request. Staff also has concerns that have not been adequately addressed regarding road improvements and infrastructure in the area due to a lack of submitted traffic studies. Staff recommends denial.
Thank you, Tom. I would call for any questions or comments from our board.
Yes, sir. I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
Please get in touch with the website and put your wishes known about land use. It's not just us or the commissioners. You all have access to what's going on. You can make your own future and determine it. If this ends up being C1, it's because it was voted that way, not because of this commission. Please get an interest, do something. I know you can take a minute off the farm to go do that, okay? Carry your phone out there while you're feeding the cattle, okay? Last comment, sir.
Quick comment, Mr.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Questions,
Asher.
Director. So you sent this notice to the Road Commission, WEMA, Sheriff's Department, and schools, right?
Yes, sir. We typically send that information out.
So who did you hear back from?
None of them.
I'm going to reiterate again what I've said numerous times.
Yeah.
We got to work a little harder to get some input.
Let me clarify that the applicant, I do believe, has spoken with the Road Commission and the Water and Wastewater Authority. So I do know that they've had contact there.
Thank you.
That's up to the chairman.
Do we have any other questions or comments from our board? If not, I will call for a motion.
Move it be denied.
We have a motion from Mr. Noakes to deny the request. Do we have a second?
Second, based on staff recommendations.
A second from Ms. Weathers. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? That motion will carry unanimously.
They can ask to come before the commission, can they not?
They do. They have the right to
Yes,
go directly.
just for everybody's clarification, now that the rezoning has been denied, the applicant does have the right to appeal in writing to my office within 10 days. If they do so, there's a 35-day waiting period, after which we get the public hearing advertised, which I believe is by state law is a 10-day required public hearing notice, 10 days ahead of time in the papers, and they can go to the county commission. The county commission will consider the negative recommendation of the planning commission, followed by their consideration of both the land use plan amendment and the rezoning, and the county commission can do with it what they will if the applicant chooses to proceed. If the applicant chooses to not respond within 10 days, we'll consider the item withdrawn. They can apply at any time by paying another fee and proposing to rezone again, and we'll go out and repost. If they do not come in, we'll take down the rezoning signs, obviously. If they do come in and appeal, we'll keep them up. But I do want to be clear, if they choose not to come at this time, they can come next month or 3 months from now or a year from now and propose to have it rezoned again, at which point we'll re-advertise and post signage.
They won't be under our new growth plan.
Hopefully.
Nice. All right, we are going to take a 5-minute break and let the room clear out, and then we'll finish our meeting up.
Really?
We will.
I'm not coming.
This time, we'll call our meeting back to order.
Navy, Army? Navy, Army? Was he?
I didn't know, I didn't set it.
24 years in the Army.
Y'all must let me out of that pot.
I did it too. Yeah, right after now.
I went in, I got my draft notice. They'll be back. May 62.
What you doing, Brian?
So I ain't going on.
We fixed to get you quicker than you.
I'm gonna sign up now.
Career out of the Navy.
Get the new guy.
I got married about the last 2 years. I was in the Navy. I was in Washington, D.C. I was in the Naval Intelligence. They're gonna send me to Bremerton, England.
Unaccompanied, or could she go with you?
She could go, but it's gonna take a year to get housing. My son was born about 2 weeks before.
No, listen, I didn't make that good, because they were gonna send me.
And the greater good override.
What I did was
Somebody coming up here and told me that's.
I did my 4 years, and I'll back you on that when you get to that point. That's correct.
I did too. I enjoyed it.
Tom, we're ready for the site plan for the Denso Corporation Canopy Project.
Yes, sir. This site plan meets requirements. Staff can recommend approval. They do need to pay their stormwater fees.
We have anyone here today wishing to speak on this case? Yes, ma'am? You would please come forward.
Good.
Melissa Marvel with Capital Construction, and it's for Denso Automotive. We're just basically putting 2 canopies at their employee entrance and turnstile, so they'll be covered when they go in. So that's about it.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak on this project today?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Weathers, a second from Mr. Renfro to approve. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that motion will carry.
You can get anything now.
Site plan for the Lamar Advertising LED billboard.
Again, this site plan meets requirements. Staff can recommend approval. Staff will note that once Lebanon Road is widened, the sign will have to be relocated to meet current standards, which is to be 25 foot off of the edge of right-of-way.
Anyone here wishing to speak on this case today? Any questions from our board?
Where's this located, Tom?
Off of Lebanon Road, right across, right down from West Elementary past
Apparently Usry's Garage.
Usry's Garage. I couldn't remember the name of it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'll call for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Mr. Ash to approve, second by Mr. Jewell. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that motion will carry. Ready for site plan for the Canebrake subdivision amenity.
Canebrake Subdivision Amenity Center. This site plan meets requirements. Staff can recommend approval. A letter of credit will need to be on file or given to us to place on file, or the amenity center completed before a final plat can be signed.
Have anyone here today to represent this case? Okay. Any questions from our board?
Motion to approve.
Motion from Mr. Ash to approve, subject to staff recommendations. A second from Mr. Turner. All those in favor vote aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion will carry. The final for the Oaks Section 2.
Yes, this is a final plat for 27 lots. With minor technical corrections, staff can recommend approval. They also need to pay their stormwater fees.
Anyone here representing this case today? Any questions from our board? Do we have a motion?
Motion.
A motion from Mr.
Second.
Jewell to approve, second by Mr. Thompson. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that motion will carry. The preliminary for Ravens Crest, Sections 1 and 3, Glayville Road and Jackson Road.
Okay, this is Ravens Crest Phases 1 and 3. They need to change the pages to 1 and 3A, or the phases, I think is what that's supposed to say, to 1 and Phase 3A. Staff has received corrected copies of the plat. Staff can recommend approval. The revised master plan has been accepted in conjunction with the Ravens Crest development. Overall amenity plan will have to be on file before any additional future phases will be signed.
Can you tell me what that means, Tom? The revised master plan has been accepted?
Yes, Christopher's been dealing with them more directly.
There was an overall master's plan for this development. This preliminary phases kind of moved some of the lots around. They're not adding any lots to the development. They're just redistributing some of those lots throughout the phases. So they resubmitted the master plan and had them add a table to the master plan to make sure going forward, each phase that goes in has to be in conjunction with the lots in that phase. So it's just redrawing the proposed phases for the future.
And so you're aware, this is what, roughly 645 lots total, not these phases, but the development itself called for 645 lots. But it's my understanding they're running into some limitations on adequate soils area that's limiting the number of lots that they're ultimately going to be able to develop.
In proper respect, we heard that the last time.
Yeah.
Now
And
we've got 120 more.
yeah.
Well, from the latest talks, I believe they're gonna be, and I don't know if this will develop in the future, but it seems like they're gonna be capped around 300. This will put them at 240. So there may be an additional phase, there may not be a.
Until they can find another means of providing for that soils area, which
They'll increase the lot size in it?
that would be, no,
The
they're,
lot number, not the lot size.
they'll
Or
probably
they come
keep
back and revise it again? if they-
Probably.
Well, they only revise it if they change the phases going forward. They could come back and submit a phase 4A or 6A or whatever they're at if they follow the master plan that they've just submitted.
But y'all handle that in-house?
Well, we try, yes.
Okay.
The master plan, yeah.
Master
As long as they're not adding any lots.
Yeah, that was my question.
Yes.
Yeah, I get,
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question to them again. They're dropping from 645 to 300?
They're not dropping anything. What I'm saying is they're having some struggles finding redundant soils area for their step system. So it's limiting how much they're able to develop at a time until they can obtain additional. They may have to go off-site to get it.
Thank you for clarity.
Would there be a potential two-step systems in a place like this?
Well, maybe, but part of their problem is they don't have the soils on site, as I understand
So if they
it.
didn't have the soils to begin with, how did they get the 645 lots approved?
Couldn't answer
The
that.
master plan.
Couldn't
it was a
answer.
vision.
A vision.
They got a rezoning, they got it rezoned and approved, and at the time, I don't know if, Chris, Chris is still here, he may be able to speak a little bit about changes in standards on redundant soils that it may have happened in the interim.
Yeah, so soils are apparently the limitation, so we have to have a redundancy and soil is a requirement. The step system is, the actual treatment facilities goes to the low-growth treatment facility, then there's reuse lines come back, and either soils could be there on that side or any place in that reuse corridor in the Gladeville area. So they have to identify soils and then deed those soils to us in order for us to give them capacity. So years ago, when it went through 600 and some lots, the roles as far as soils were different basically than they are now.
The state's kind of
Yeah.
beefed up their
Feel good with
requirement.
drinking the water when it's all done, what you say?
Come on.
I've heard that several times, Chris. I would have to ask, how many times have you drank the water?
How many times have I?
You, Chris?
I don't know, you always drink it when it comes down the Cumberland River. Comes
No,
out
no, no, no.
out of there.
I'm talking about the end of your pipe.
I would go along with Bob Pickney and we'll get down to the plant and he'll offer it.
Comedian.
You just send me a letter if you do that, all right?
Or a pitcher. That'd be good enough.
Now, we can come to a conference and we'll drink reused beer if you prefer that.
What conference is that?
WWA
Ooh.
in Louisville.
That's nice.
Long way to get here.
No.
It's very tasty.
Do we have anyone here wishing to speak on this case today?
What do you want to do this morning?
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved from Ms. Weathers.
Second.
And a second from Mr. Renfro. All those in favor vote aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion will carry. And the preliminary for the Alden D. Meyer property, 4 lots on Gamble Cove Tubbs Road.
Okay. The plat on paper meets the development criterion listed in the Wilson County subdivision regulations. Staff does have concerns about the lot layout and the development, as property lines will be difficult to interpret or enforce going forward. With the non-traditional lot lines, staff recommends deferral to give staff and the applicant's surveying representative more time to meet with the developer.
Was it surveyed?
Yes.
Here's Brian.
Yes.
Want to speak to that?
Do we have a copy of the plat, Julie? Yeah.
You sure? Looks pretty good to me. Of course, I can't see from there.
So
Says it's so, it's so.
this is one lot right now.
We're good, Brian.
This is one lot right now. There's a house there and a garage, and some of these would have to be removed in order for these lot lines to stand. But the big issue
and correct me if I'm wrong, is to get soils, well, no, to get soils to Lot 1, which is up here, they're running a 10-foot strip all the way around the perimeter or along the lake to get to the soils area that would serve this lot up here. And yes, it's feasible, but it doesn't make a lot of cornbread sense.
So they're running it all the way around the edge of the lake. Is that on core property?
No, it's private property. But, and then they're split, they're creating 3 additional lots that have their own soils area. They're just, where their soils are is not ideal.
So that's not comparable to what we did on,
No, that was crossing everybody else's property.
Yeah, right.
In that subdivision you're talking about? where they-
Yeah, that's everybody else's
That's
property,
different.
yeah.
This is different than that.
Yeah.
They're creating
Brian, did I-
a right-of-way around it to bring their piping.
Brian, did I steal your thunder?
No, no.
Okay.
Brian Keith, K&A Land Surveying. Let me start with, this is a unorthodox subdivision design. But it's my job to, under the rules and regulations, to try to design what the client asks for. And in this case, they're requesting 4 lots. There will be construction of a road and cul-de-sac going into these tracks.
It's right here.
It's 200, it's near about 300 foot worth of road. You can see it on the plat there. That's going to have to be built in order for this to have road frontage for these lots. The soils are presented on the plat as map soils by a soil scientist. There have not been evaluated by the state of Tennessee, but that's still in the process. The 10-foot strip that Tom was referring to, which is not the only reason this is odd shape, but it's one of the main reasons, was to enable the soils area to be tied to what would be Lot 4. That is a requirement because we can't use easements on subdivision lots without obviously a variance. That is the reason for the 10-foot strip, so that the soils actually touches that lot, which makes it a viable lot. This is on the lake, therefore docks are important. This already has an existing dock, which is proposed to be a community dock for all these tracks to utilize. In discussions with the Corps, they would prefer that we have no more docks out there, although we have the right to ask for a dock for each lot. They don't have to give it to us. They would prefer it to be a community dock, which I think better suits the situation anyway. So I have added an easement to allow all these lots to have legal access to that dock. That's why you see the note there in the upper left-hand corner.
Where is this?
Who gets priority?
Priority? There's not any priority.
For a community down. Oh, Bender's Ferry.
This particular project, although I can't present that necessarily on the plat, will actually have an HOA attached to it.
So the HOA is going to service this water line or this sewer line all the way around these soils? Is that they take care of that?
That's how the tight line has to go. To make it legal, that's how it has to go.
So if a leak occurs, lot 3, 4, let's say, then they're authorized to go back there and dig that up and?
No. The soil with the 10-foot strip is for Lot 4.
It's for
1, 2, and 3 has their own soil.
It's for this lot.
I see it, yes, so it goes all the way around.
That's correct.
So lot 4, I just had them backwards in, so lot 4. And if it has a leak,
Yes,
then they would have access and right away.
that's their property.
Yeah, that 10-foot is,
That 10-foot is their property. That is part of Lot 4.
But then they would.
That is the actual soils field, that 10-foot corridor is in itself.
That is the access to the soils area for the field lines, which is in the bottom, the very bottom of the page.
So that's just piping, fundamentally.
yeah. So again, Lot 4 is up here,
Yes, sir.
and that's where the house building envelope is, and then they've got a 10-foot deed simple attached to this lot going all the way around here to get to this soils area for their fill lines.
I gotta say, that's creative, but if, if you run into this, a problem underground, they would probably be on somebody's property there. If they put a fence up, they'd tear it down then to get to their own line.
Well, they don't own it to put a fence up.
No, it's their property. 10 foot. It's not an easement for.
He's saying that
we're not allowed-
that 10 foot's going to be connected here and here.
If we could do an easement, this plat would look totally different.
Yeah, well, then I gotta bring a little Johnny in there instead of a big backhoe to dig that out. If I only got 10.
Whatever it takes.
Why 10 foot, Brian, and not more than 10 foot? That just.
Why did they go to that lot instead of one of the others?
Sir?
Why did they go to that lot with the access instead of?
Okay, so by bringing in this road, I'm going to try to explain this if I can. By bringing in this road, Lot 4, and the part of Lot 4 where the house needs to be is all the way to the top right. That's where you want the house, on the core frontage. I don't have any way to attach soil to that lot without cutting off the road frontage to every other lot.
Yeah, okay.
You see what I'm saying? So the only way to do it, and you can believe me when I say I studied this long and hard, this is the only design that will get 4 lots.
Well, four lake lots, 4 lake fronting lots.
Okay, 4 lake lots.
Because we had talked with them about combining lots 3 and 4 up here and going to lots 1 and 2, or I forget how I did it, but I combined these 2 lots and then made a lot down here, but the building envelope would be south of this power line easement off the lake. But we might give them like a 10-foot strip up to this point to give him lake frontage, but it doesn't go, at least it doesn't go all the way around all the lots. But
You think there's hope for this, and the reason that you can chat with these guys, the developer?
I don't know. The developer just walked in.
The developer's here, and he can, and I'm
Yeah.
happy for him to speak and for me to sit down.
Let me ask you this question. Is there a scenario that you see here that you're going to like this plat? And that's really- I don't want you and Brian to have to wait.
Nowhere close to what I've got is he gonna like.
Sir?
He's not gonna like anything close to what I got.
Well,
Christopher, you want to?
I don't want to wait.
More time's not gonna help.
I'm just being honest and candid.
There's nothing to defer to. I mean, look, I understand what you're seeing is, like I said, it is different. But it meets all the criteria.
Creative.
How can we deny it if it makes all the criteria?
Sir?
How can we deny it if it meets all the criteria?
Hey, Brian?
Yes.
While they're debating this, Mr. Chairman, is that, I'd ask Joe this because he knows what I'm about to say. So are we building a road with a cul-de-sac purpose just to divide the property?
Yes.
Is it bigger than a regular cul-de-sac or meet?
Same size.
But it only services these 4 lots.
It only services in 4 lots.
And there's nothing that can develop behind it.
Will the HOA maintain?
No, I've maxed out the development.
Unless you fill the lake in, there's nothing else you can do.
Will the HOA maintain that road, or the road commission pick that up?
The road commission would pick up the road. It'd be a public road.
Mr. Chairman, I'm interested in your question to Tom.
This will be a preliminary, so this has to come back.
That's sure.
Yeah, this is a preliminary plat.
And I appreciate that.
Flag lots to bed,
Does
it being odd.
meet zoning regulations?
It meets the subdivision regulations with one exception about having an orthodox and logical layout. That would be, if you didn't want to approve it, that would be what you'd have to hang your hat on. And has Mike already left for Omaha?
Omaha.
He said he had a meeting, but I think he's on.
He's got a meeting, all right.
He did have a meeting, then he's
Meeting with a-
Omaha.
Christopher.
Is there a way to get this, working with the developer?
playing today, aren't they?
For something we
Yeah,
would like
playing
to
tonight.
put
Put it out
out
there.
No, the lot count would have to drop in order to get it into a more orthodox configuration. Whether that be by 1 or 2, I'm not sure yet, but
This layout gives him 4 lake lots, which is important to the developer. It really is no never mind to us as staff. I think there is a way to get 4 lots out of it, but only 3 of them would be lake, technically, I mean, I say technically, actually lakefront, But you might be able to put a building envelope on that south quadrant down here and have a little stem that gets lake frontage up to here instead of going all the way around to make a building envelope
But
up.
keep in mind, let me just add this to
Yeah.
what Tom's saying. Keep in mind, even to do what Tom's proposing, 4 lots, 3 of them with lake frontage and the other one not so much, we're still talking about some weird-looking lots.
Yeah.
Okay? It's
Yeah.
not, we're not talking about traditional lots
No.
here. There is no practical way to make this work in normal-looking lots. And you can take my word for that.
I believe you. I will take your word. Any other questions from our board or anybody else here wanting to speak on it? I'm sorry, no.
Tom, what was your recommendation?
We recommended deferral to give us more time to kind of work on it, but he may be right. I don't know that there's a lot.
We would ask not for deferral. There's no benefit to deferral.
It's preliminary.
And you will see it again, so they can drop a lot from
Yeah, well, I mean, we're still going to talk about it.
if that's their so choosing.
We'll get this again. You're going to have it again to do your thing.
Yeah.
Make a motion that we approve,
I'll second it.
approve the plat. We have a second from Mr. Thompson. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Mr. Renfro votes
So it may come back looking different.
Who made the second?
Mr. Renfro, I'm sorry.
Me.
Mr. Thompson.
Who made the first motion?
I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson made the motion. I second.
Okay.
Is that correct?
No.
It's backwards. I made the motion. He seconded.
Been a long day.
Who's on first and what's on
That's
second?
right. It's been a long day. But you will do everything we can possibly do to try to accommodate any issue, Brian, with this plat, if an issue. With what you've got to work with. That's all we can ask for.
I'll bring you the best product I can.
I've got,
So many curves. That's okay.
I've got the plat.
Okay. Tom, we do need to step back.
I've got plats for affirmation. You want to go ahead and cover them?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Re-subdivision of Will Murphy property, Tract 2, consisting of 1 lot at 600 Ramsey Lane, map 61, parcel 35. Re-subdivision of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers property, consisting of 1 lot on Flippin Road and references map 16, parcel 34. And subdivision of the Corey J. and Rebecca M. Sweetman property, consisting of 2 lots at 4407 South Mount Juliet Road, references map 119, parcel 59.
Do we have anyone here wishing to speak on any of these cases today? Any questions from our board? Do we have a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion from Mr. Jewell,
Second.
a second from Mr. Renfro. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Tom, if you want to step back to our original
Okay.
Wilson County zoning ordinance amendment.
My agenda out, I'm sorry. No, I got it.
Oh, they need to.
Okay, so this is something y'all deferred to allow time for people to call me with different ideas and opinions. We had a long, exhaustive talk about what we were going to do to it at the end of last month's meeting. I have those notes somewhere, but I've not looked at them since our long, exhaustive conversation after the meeting. So my understanding is if you wish, you can make a motion to amend how we discussed.
Just tell you what, some of y'all wasn't present, this came up, so we just talking. But I thought the 15-acre threshold was pretty high. And I'll tell you why, for those that didn't hear it. We got a lot of people who, public service, whether they're firemen, police officers, school teachers, whoever, they got side yard cutting businesses. Very few people own 15 acres anymore. And so, talking with the chairman, I suggested maybe we bring that down to 5 acres. And also with amendment, you can't burn anything within 250 feet of another residence. Was that, Gene, what we talked
I
about?
think it was. Was there any, Tom, based on your recollection, was there anything else we talked about or skipped?
I don't recall anything else. I'd have to look back at my notes, and I don't recall anything else.
Yes, sir, I think that's accurate.
You good with that?
I am. If you're making a motion, we'll listen, sir.
I'd like to amend at least that on page 6 at the bottom to strike 15 acres and
Page 6, mine's on page 4.
Page 4.
I'm sorry, page 4.
But I have a question.
Yes, sir.
This is related to burning refuse. Now, not everybody that's in the lawn care business burns.
That's true.
So I'm kind of shy on the 5, Mr. Ash, because of being close to, some of these 5 acres are long and narrow. And I like your 250, maybe more 500. But the 15 acres gets a great buffer for those, because if you've ever had a car you had to take in to get painted because somebody burnt, and they weren't lawn care people, they just were burning. And they were building a house down the street. They burned their refuse. And it just came over and ruined the paint. So there's that side of it to look for, and I believe that's where this buffer came in. So there needs to be some sort of margin or some verbiage that says, if you're less than, find a central location for burning. I don't even know if that's even possible in the county. Or, you know what I'm looking for? What can you do that won't affect your neighbors and their livelihood or their?
I think that's what brought this about to begin with. It's more in people in subdivisions who are in the lawn care business, who go home and burn either their grass or their shrub clippings or whatever they burn.
Right.
And I don't think we've had, maybe wrong, Tom, if we've had any complaints out in a larger tract of land.
Not a whole lot. We do have, I can think of one up Horn Springs. It's a pretty large tract, but it's next door to frankly, a large lot subdivision that the people complain about the guy burning. But that's about the only one I can think of.
So it's not a really routine thing, except where you got HOAs and you got people living in subdivisions.
Yes.
And I just thought 15 acres was a big stretch. You could actually be putting some kids and other people out of business. Listen, I don't even cut my own yard anymore because of my asthma, okay? So kind of like the lawn care people. And maybe all of y'all mow your own yard, don't know. But at the end of the day, I thought that was a little steep, 15 acres.
Well, I like them too. I just want to look out for the rest of the neighborhood. So, I don't know, Tom. What do you think?
So they can have a lawn care business on a smaller acreage. This is just saying they can't bring their scrap or refuse back if it's less than 5 acres instead of 15.
Which is going pretty well.
Yeah.
Like most of them out of the.
And then no burning within 250 feet of the property line?
No, the residents.
Of the nearest residents. Okay.
Is that how we worked that out?
That's fine.
We had talked about, sir.
All right.
Make a motion.
I put that in the form of a motion.
Let's add one little caveat.
Okay.
It has to be to the rear of the existing property's residence.
Well, I think that's a good one.
Make sure it's to the.
What's that? I didn't hear you.
That the burn has to be in the rear of the.
Rear of any residence.
Their residence, where they're working out of.
Can't be in the front yard.
So we're going with 5 acres?
Yes.
That's your motion, Terry?
Yes, with the, what Gene had mentioned, it has to be in the rear, and you can't be burning within 250 feet of the next residence. That's 75 yards in or whatever, close to it.
Putting that in the form of a motion, sir?
Yes, sir.
We have a motion from Sheriff Ash. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Turner. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
I have to say no. That's the first time I'm against Mr. Ash.
All right,
Aye. That motion will carry 6-1. We've dwindled.
but I love you anyway.
Heck yeah, me too, bro.
My staff also mentioned that a burn permit should be required, but that I'm going to leave Daniel Cowan to enforce that, because he'll enforce that anyways.
He's
So-
not here, so we're not gonna worry
Yeah.
about it.
So what about the rest of this we
For
got?
the rest of the
need to
document that's read,
approve,
it was approved as well?
That's why I thought y'all just made approval on you just did the amendment, so you still got a motion on the rest of it.
But we didn't ever actually vote on it because we were.
No, right.
So you good with everything else on here?
I am.
Karen, everything,
Karen,
everything else on here, so did you too? You had-
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that the office, the zoning office is not gonna be governing the burden.
that's the state fire marshal, or the fire marshal.
Right.
That'd be
because
Daniel.
Anytime anybody calls the office in regards to burning, I give them information to reach Daniel Cowan or.
You giving that his personal cell number, aren't you?
I bet you got it memorized right now, don't you, Karen?
Or Jeremy Hobbs. But I give them the information to contact WEMA. I just want to make
And
sure
what-
that
and-
our office will
not be governed.
Because they got burn bans in place from time to time, they know how.
And we'll in turn be providing this amendment to Daniel for him to use on the burn side of this.
But the answer is zoning's not going to have anything to do.
Right.
I will make a motion, we adopt the modified amendment. Well, second,
Second.
have a motion. And seconded by Mr. Ash. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion will carry. Anything else, Mr. Tom?
No. Have a nice day.
Nice evening.
Yeah.
I move we adjourn.
We are adjourned, sir. Have to move.
Thank you.